Good evening, everybody, and thank you for watching the Oakleaf's first ever Election Day live stream. I'm Salvador Sandoval, and I'm joined today by Oliver Kint as we bring you tonight's results, updates, and in-depth analysis of this historic election.
Tonight we have an exciting lineup for you. Throughout the event, we'll be joined by special guests for interviews covering the 2024 election cycle from different perspectives. Plus, we'll be sharing videos created by Oakleaf News and Oakleaf Online, giving you a closer look at what's on voters' minds and information regarding the. Shortly after we cover the Oakleaf Editorial Board's endorsements and predictions for the 2024 election, we will cut to Brian Fructuoso for an interview with former journalist and current media professor at Sonoma State University, Dr. Gina Baleria, to discuss the role of media in covering the election.
After Dr. Baleria, I'll be joined here in the studio by KQED photographer Eric Copley to review some of the most influential images from the campaign trail. Finally, Santa Rosa Junior College's own media professor Lex Poulos will join me as we assess the impact of social media on the 2024 election.
As a reminder for those holding onto their mail-in ballots, there are currently 22 official ballot drop boxes located throughout Sonoma County. These drop boxes will be open until 8 p.m. today, so you still have time to get your ballot in. Visit sonomacounty.ca.gov to locate your nearest ballot drop box.
For those of you who would prefer to cast your vote in person, there are 31 vote centers located throughout Sonoma County. These vote centers opened today at 7 a.m. and will remain open until 8 p.m. Make sure to go sooner rather than later to avoid waiting in line too long. Visit sonomacounty.ca.gov to find your nearest voting center.
For those yet to vote, we know the ballot is long, and let's face it, so are the campaign ads. But don't worry, we're here to give you a look at where the Oakleaf editorial stands on key races, local measures, and propositions.
The editorial board has put in some serious work researching candidates and issues, weighing pros and cons, and contemplating how the results of each vote would affect the members of our campus. We're here to share that perspective with you.
Whether it's local measures or big-ticket statewide propositions, these endorsements reflect what the board feels will best serve our community and our future.
To those at home, keep in mind that these endorsements aren't one-size-fits-all. They're meant to spark discussion and hopefully help guide your own research and decision-making process.
That's right, and if there's an issue that you're still on the fence about, remember that this is just one piece of the puzzle. You should always try to hear both sides of the argument. So with that said, let's get started with the Oakleaf Editorial Board's 2024 election endorsements.
All right, let's get started with the top of the ticket, United States President and Vice President. After careful consideration, the Oakleaf Editorial Board has chosen to endorse Kamala Harris for President and Tim Walz for Vice President.
Kamala Harris brings years of experience as a senator and vice president with a strong commitment to women's reproductive rights and housing reform. Her policies on affordable health care and providing government aid to first-time homeowners are grounded in a vision of equity and accessibility for all Americans.
Her running mate, Tim Walz, is the current governor of Minnesota and is best known for his bipartisan approach towards governing his state. Walz's actions during his time as governor has shown that he is a strong believer in reproductive rights and support for public education. Walz has also focused on supporting veterans, affordable housing, and providing government support for the middle and lower classes.
On the other side, we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. Trump, the former president, is well known for his business background and his focus on border security, tax cuts, and a more aggressive foreign trade policy. He remains a strong advocate for limiting government regulation and expanding energy production.
J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate, is a former venture capitalist and author of the best-selling memoir Hillbilly Elegy. Now a U.S. Senator from the state of Ohio, Vance focuses on economic development in struggling communities, particularly in rural America. He was also been an outspoken advocate for stricter immigration policies and reducing federal oversight.
The editorial board feels that Trump and Vance are unfit for office. However, Trump's track record shows a lack of understanding when it comes to issues like tariffs and health care, and his party's plans under Project 2025, should he win, are concerning.
Beyond policy, the board is alarmed by Trump's rhetoric around alleged voter fraud in Pennsylvania and other states. Trump also faces 34 felony counts, which only adds to the board's concerns about his fitness for office.
The board didn't forget about Trump's VP pick, J.D. Vance, who has been called out multiple times for speaking misinformation, like the debunked story that Haitian migrants in Ohio were eating cats and dogs.
Given the contrast between these tickets, the Oakleaf editorial board endorses Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Their leadership, policies, and commitment to issues that matter most to young people and our community make them the board's choice for the 2024 election.
If you're looking for a team focused on equity, affordable living, and accessible health care, the editorial board feels Harris and Walz are the right picks to lead us forward.
Now let's talk about Congress. The Oakleaf editorial board has made endorsements for U.S. congressional seats in California's 2nd and 4th districts.
For District 2, which covers most of California's north coast, including parts of Sonoma and Mendocino counties, the board endorses Jared Huffman. Huffman is a Democrat known for his advocacy on environmental issues, particularly around water conservation, climate action, and protecting public lands. He's been a strong voice for sustainable policies and represents the values of many in this region.
Over in District 4, the board has endorsed Mike Thompson. Thompson, another Democrat, has been representing the district for many years and focuses heavily on veterans' issues, health care, and economic stability for working families. He's also been active in gun safety legislation and has a reputation for working across the aisle on issues that matter to his constituents.
With Huffman and Thompson, the editorial board believes these candidates will continue to bring experienced, steady leadership to Congress, advocating for issues that directly impact our communities.
Their commitments to environmental sustainability, healthcare, and veteran supports make them clear choices for the Oakleaf editorial board.
Let's finish the candidate endorsements with the United States Senate. The Oakleaf editorial board has endorsed Adam Schiff.
Adam Schiff is a well-known Democratic congressman representing California for over 2 decades. He's particularly recognized for his leadership on national security, his advocacy for government transparency, and his role in high-profile investigation and oversight committees.
Schiff has also been a proponent of protecting voting rights, addressing climate change, and expanding access to affordable health care. His experience and dedication to these issues align with the values the editorial board believes are crucial for our state and nation.
With Schiff in the Senate, the editorial board feels California will have a strong advocate who prioritizes integrity in the government, sustainability, and fairness for all communities.
That's why the Oakleaf editorial board is proud to endorse Adam Schiff for U.S. Senate.
All right, we've covered the big national races, but now it's time to bring things a little closer to home.
That's right. We're shifting gears from the capital to the county. It's time to dig into Sonoma County's local measures because, hey, those potholes aren't going to fix themselves.
Exactly. These are the issues that hit right where we live, literally. So let's take a look at what's on the ballot right here in Sonoma County and where the Oakleaf editorial board stands. All right, let's dive into Sonoma County's local measures, starting with Measure I. The Oakleaf editorial board is endorsing a yes vote here.
Measure I proposes a 1/4-cent sales tax within Sonoma County. Now, before anyone groans about another tax, let's break down what this funding will support. Childcare, preschool, and early childhood education for kids up to age 5, especially those from low and middle income families.
It's also set to cover children's health care, prioritizing support for homeless families, underserved communities, and those with high priority needs.
For the editorial board, this is an investment in Sonoma County's future, a chance to support kids from all backgrounds right from the start.
It's hard to argue with giving kids a strong foundation. That's why the Oakleaf editorial board recommends a yes vote on Measure I.
Next up, we've got Measure J. This one you may have seen from the road signs is a bit more controversial. After careful consideration, the Oakleaf editorial board is recommending a no vote.
Measure J calls for the liquidation of all large concentrated animal feeding operations, or CAFOs, in Sonoma County. Now, on the surface, it seems like a well-meaning initiative aimed at improving animal welfare and addressing some of the environmental concerns associated with large-scale ranching. However, it's important to dig a little deeper into the implications of this measure.
While the intention behind Measure J is commendable, the reality is that there are 21 CAFOs in the county. Shutting them all down would not only lead to immediate loss of thousands of agricultural jobs, but would also have ripple effects throughout the local economy. These ranches support many families and local businesses.
Let's not forget about the agricultural industry, which is truly the backbone of Sonoma counties. Agriculture isn't just a job for many people. It's a way of life steeped in tradition and community values. The loss of these ranches would mean a significant blow to our local economy, potentially leading to reduced local food production and increased food prices at a time when grocery bills are already climbing.
Moreover, the measure is poorly written and lacks critical provisions to address the broader implications. For instance, it doesn't provide a plan for how to transition workers affected by the closures or what alternatives will be available for farmers who might struggle to adapt.
This could lead to unintended consequences, such as job displacement without any safety net for those workers, or a sudden increase in the cost of meat and dairy products. It's a classic case of good intentions not matching up with practicality.
For these reasons, the Oak Leaf Editorial Board urges voters to carefully consider the far-reaching impacts of Measure J. While we all want to see improvements in animal welfare and sustainability, this measure would create more problems than it solves.
For the future of local agriculture, the well-being of our community, and the protection of jobs that support families, the editorial board is standing against Measure J.
Last but not least, let's take a look at Measure FF. The Oak Leaf Editorial Board is recommending a no vote on this one.
Measure FF proposes raising California's transient occupancy tax, also known as the hotel tax, from 9% to 11%. This tax would apply to guests staying in hotels, inns, and other lodgings within the city.
A slight increase might seem minor, but it could impact tourism, which so many businesses in Santa Rosa depend on. Higher taxes could make visitors think twice about staying here, especially with nearby towns offering more affordable rates.
Considering the economic challenges Sonoma County has faced with recent wildfires and ongoing recovery efforts, the editorial board views potentially losing out on tourism dollars as not worth the risk.
The tax increase could provide extra revenue for city projects, but the potential harm to our tourism industry outweighs the benefits. That's why the Oak Leaf Editorial Board recommends a no vote on Measure FF to keep Santa Rosa a competitive and welcoming destination.
Well, Sonoma County, we've covered the issues our community will be facing on the ballot, from hotel taxes to the liquidation of ranches. Now it's time we buckle up as we travel to Sacramento, home of the state's third best basketball team, to cover the statewide propositions.
Get ready. We're about to break down what's on the ballot from the Redwoods to the Hollywood sign. Let's dive into the Oak Leaf Editorial Board's endorsements for our state propositions.
First up is Proposition 2, which would authorize bonds for public schools and community college facilities. The Oak Leaf Editorial Board is endorsing a yes vote on Prop 2.
Prop 2 would authorize $10 billion in general obligation bonds to repair, upgrade, and construct new facilities at K-12 public schools, charter schools, community colleges, and career technical education programs across California.
This isn't about new buildings. It's meant to improve health and safety conditions, upgrade classrooms, and modernize facilities to better support teachers and serve students. An investment in safer, better equipped spaces for students and teachers.
$10 billion is no small sum, and understandably, voters might have concerns about how that money is spent. But Prop 2 has built-in accountability through required annual audits, enabling taxpayers to see exactly where the money is going and how it's being used.
This is a big deal for institutions like the Santa Rosa Junior College, where students could benefit directly from better facilities and resources. Potential benefits reach beyond the classroom. The proposition also supports career and technical education spaces, making it a step towards better educational and career opportunities for students across the state.
For the editorial board, it's about investing in the future of California's students, teachers, and communities. That's why they're recommending a yes vote on Prop 2 to make sure schools get the support they need. Next on the ballot, we have Proposition 3, and the Oak Leaf Editorial Board is also endorsing a yes on this one.
Prop 3 would amend California's Constitution by removing outdated and discriminatory language from Section 7.5 of Article 1, which defines marriage as, quote, only between a man and a woman, end quote. Although this language has been legally overridden by federal protections, it's remained part of our state's founding document.
And given recent events, Prop 3 is about more than just a technical update. Following the Supreme Court's overturning of Roe v. Wade, Justices Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito Jr. have suggested that the court might reconsider other established rights, including same-sex marriage. So this measure is California's way of reinforcing its commitment to equality regardless of any shifts at the federal level.
Prop 3 doesn't change the current legality of same-sex marriage in California, but it sends a clear message. Our state stands behind marriage equality. By removing the outdated language, California would align its constitution with values of its people and ensure that no legal ambiguity exists.
For the Oakleaf editorial board, voting yes on Prop 3 is about securing a future where every Californian is treated equally under the law. They believe it's essential to protect marriage equality and to make sure our Constitution reflects the values of inclusion and fairness.
Next up, we have Proposition 4. The Oakleaf editorial board is recommending a yes vote here as well.
Prop 4 would authorize the sale of a $10 billion state bond to fund programs focused on conserving natural resources and in addressing the impacts of climate change. This bond would be paid off over the next 40 years, but the editorial board believes this investment is necessary to help California face the environmental challenges ahead.
We'll be right back after a quick ad to wrap up the Oakleaf's editorial board's endorsements on propositions. Prop 4 also includes funding for initiatives like forest management, coastal restoration, water conservation, and urban greening projects intended to reduce carbon emissions and create healthier, more sustainable communities.
For the Oakleaf editorial board, voting yes on Prop 4 is a vote for the future. They see it as essential legislation in California's fight against climate change, safeguarding our natural resources, and making sure we're prepared for the climate-related challenges ahead.
Let's move on to Proposition 5, and this time the Oakleaf editorial board is recommending a no vote.
Prop 5 would lower the threshold needed to pass local bonds and related property tax measures, reducing it from a 2/3 majority to just 55%. On the surface, this might seem like a way to make community projects easier to fund, but the editorial board has some serious concerns.
One big concern is that making bonds easier to pass could mean a steady increase in local debt. While the idea is to support important projects, there's a real risk that this could lead to rising property taxes over time, increasing the cost of living for homeowners and renters alike.
Let's not forget, California already has a pretty high cost of living. Lowering the bar for bond approvals could lead to more frequent bond measures, adding to our state's debt and putting more financial strain on residents.
That's right. Prop 5 doesn't guarantee that property taxes would rise, but the editorial board feels it's safer to keep the current 2/3 requirement in place. The current threshold ensures that bond measures only pass when there is strong community support.
Bonds are the most expensive way governments raise money. The editorial board believes it's important to weigh the financial impacts on residents and maintain checks that prevent runaway debt at the local level. For them, it's about protecting Californians from potential financial strain.
So, for a more cautious and balanced approach to the funding, the Oakleaf editorial board recommends a no vote on Proposition 5.
Next up, we're looking at Proposition 6, and this one's all about justice and basic human rights. The Oakleaf editorial board is endorsing a yes vote.
Prop 6 addresses a major issue in the prison system, the use of involuntary servitude. Currently, incarcerated individuals in California can be forced to work under threat of punishment. The editorial board believes this practice essentially amounts to modern-day slavery and goes against the state's commitment to human rights.
A yes vote on Prop 6 would eliminate involuntary servitude in California's prisons, paving a way for a more humane approach. Instead of forcing people to work, this measure would promote voluntary participation through fair incentives, encouraging work by choice rather than coercion.
And let's be clear, this isn't about eliminating work programs in prisons. It's about shifting to a system where incarcerated individuals have agency. They can still contribute through work programs if they choose, but without the threat of punishment.
The editorial board believes this is a step towards treating everyone in the system with dignity, respecting their rights, and creating a prison environment that's more focused on rehabilitation than punishment.
For the editorial board, supporting Prop 6 aligns with California's values of fairness and humanity. By endorsing a yes vote, they're pushing for a justice system that respects the rights of all individuals, even those who are incarcerated.
Moving on to Proposition 32, where the Oak Leaf editorial board is giving a resounding yes endorsement. Prop 32 is all about fair wages and keeping up with the rising cost of living here in California. And this proposition would increase the minimum wage to $18 an hour and, importantly, future wage increases to inflation. In a state where costs are constantly on the rise, this measure aims to ensure workers' pay keeps up.
For many California workers, stagnant wages means a constant struggle to make ends meet, especially with housing, food, and transportation. Costs climbing each year by adjusting wages to align with inflation. Prop 32 helps prevent workers from falling further behind.
It's not just about the one-time relief. The editorial board sees Prop 32 as a long-term solution, creating a system where wages naturally adjust to reflect real living expenses. This kind of stability can make a real difference for families and individuals facing financial strain.
California has one of the highest costs of living in the nation, and $18 an hour would be a meaningful boost for many people who are barely scraping by on the current minimum wage. Prop 32 takes a proactive step to make sure people can keep pace with the realities of today's expenses.
For the Oak Leaf editorial board, Prop 32 is a necessary move toward wage equity and economic justice, helping California's workforce thrive instead of just surviving. That's why they're encouraging a yes vote on this proposition.
Next on the docket, we have Proposition 34, and the Oak Leaf editorial board is urging a yes vote. Prop 34 is focused on protecting healthcare funds, ensuring that the money intended for patient care goes to patient services, rather than being redirected to other projects by healthcare companies.
Prop 34 is focused on protecting healthcare funds, ensuring that the money intended for patient care actually goes to patient services, rather than being redirected to other projects by healthcare companies.
One of the key aspects of this proposition is that it would make Medi-Cal RX a permanent program. This program gives California more bargaining power to negotiate lower drug prices, which could lead to significant savings for both patients and the state.
The editorial board sees this as a win for patients across California. By making Medi-Cal RX permanent, the state can continue to push for more affordable medications, making healthcare more accessible for those who are most in need.
And it's not just about cost savings. Prop 34 also promotes transparency, ensuring that the funds dedicated to healthcare actually go to the patient services. With healthcare costs constantly on the rise, this measure is about protecting resources that directly benefit Californians.
The Oak Leaf editorial board believes this proposition will help keep healthcare companies accountable, direct resources to where they're needed most, and ultimately improve care for millions of Californians.
For more affordable medication, better patient care, and transparency in healthcare spending, the editorial board strongly recommends voting yes on Proposition 34.
And now let's talk about Proposition 35. This measure might sound familiar because it's a continuation of a tax that California voters have already approved twice before.
Prop 35 extends a dedicated stream of tax revenue specifically aimed at supporting our healthcare system. By continuing this funding, the state can keep essential medical programs running smoothly, making healthcare more affordable and accessible for Californians.
In a healthcare landscape where costs are rising, this dedicated funding helps maintain lower prices for coverage and supports critical health services across the state. It's about ensuring that California's healthcare system has the resources it needs to keep up with demand.
The Oak Leaf editorial board views Prop 35 as a straightforward way to protect Californians' access to affordable healthcare with this ongoing tax in place. Healthcare programs can stay funded, ensuring that people from all walks of life continue to receive the care that they need without sudden cost hikes.
The editorial board sees this measure as essential to maintaining stability in our healthcare system. For a healthier, more affordable California, the editorial board recommends voting yes on Proposition 35.
We've reached the final state proposition in our lineup, Prop 36. And on this one, the Oak Leaf Editorial Board is recommending a strong no vote.
Prop 36 proposes changes that could unravel the reforms achieved through Proposition 47, which shifted California's approach away from incarceration and towards rehabilitation. Prop 47 was a major step forward in addressing prison overcrowding by classifying certain nonviolent offenses, especially drug-related crimes, from felonies to misdemeanors. This reform allowed the state to focus resources on treatment and support for offenders, rather than on costly, punitive measures.
But Prop 36 threatens to turn back the clock. While the proposal might appeal to voters who want to see stricter consequences for theft, the editorial board worries that broadening it to include drug-related offenses is a step in the wrong direction. By treating drug issues more punitively, Prop 36 could undermine efforts for those struggling with addiction, pushing them back into a revolving door of incarceration without addressing the root causes for their situations.
The board sees Prop 36 as counterproductive to California's goal of reducing repeat offenses and helping people re-enter society. Rehabilitation programs, especially those addressing addiction, are essential to breaking the cycle of crime for many offenders. Stripping away these programs and returning to punitive measures could mean higher, not to mention the high taxpayer cost of maintaining an overcrowded prison system.
Let's not forget California's experience under Prop 47 has shown that focusing on treatment and rehabilitation can work. Prop 36 risks derailing that progress and adding pressure to an already strained criminal justice system. The editorial board believes that a no vote on Prop 36 keeps California on the path of restorative justice, balancing accountability with practical support for reintegration.
For the editorial board, this proposition is about the bigger picture. They want California to continue prioritizing a criminal justice system that focuses on addressing issues like addiction and mental health, rather than defaulting to incarceration. They worry that Prop 36 could bring a return to policies that are costly, ineffective, and don't ultimately benefit our communities.
So, for anyone concerned about the progress we've made towards a more balanced justice system and the cost of rolling back reforms, the Oak Leaf Editorial Board firmly recommends a no vote on Prop 36. We've covered the state propositions from top to bottom, and let's be honest, it wouldn't be an election season without a little bit of fun. So up next, we're going to have KQED photographer Eric Copley join us to review some of the key photos taken throughout the election cycle. But before that, a quick ad.
I'm Brian Antonsen, and I teach in the digital filmmaking program in the communications department at SRJC. In the classroom, we have a RED camera, we have a C300 camera, we have a robotic jib, we have a variety of dollies, we have sound gear that students can check out, DSLR kits. All of this really gives the students an opportunity to see what production is really like by putting it right in their hands. And most people learn best by doing.
Brian is a wonderful teacher. He encourages you, and he loves making movies, and he loves being around the process.
I loved being a part of the digital filmmaking program. It was so awesome to work with real professionals in the industry.
Over the years, I've seen students become really good friends working on a variety of creative projects, from short films, documentaries. They work on scripts together. They're really supportive, and that's really the name of the game when it comes to a film school.
The JC's media program is really just getting students ready for the workload that modern freelance or high-level production studios actually work at, and being able to take those skills and apply it to a day-to-day job is invaluable.
The way most of our classes are designed the content is student generated. So students make their own scripts, they work in teams, it's very collaborative, and they check gear out from the program and make their film. It's a really exciting opportunity for students to make a piece of media from beginning to the end.
The professors have such extensive knowledge and experience that really gave me a solid foundation for my future in digital filmmaking careers.
My favorite part about this department is the ability to network with all the different students who are also passionate about filmmaking, and also working with the equipment, which is really cool, and having the ability to make your very first short film through this department. Media 20 is a really, really great experience for students, for filmmakers, if you want to be a writer or director, or cinematographer or editor or sound or any of that. You don't focus on acting when you're in these classes. You focus on the behind the scenes and being a crew member.
I really thought the facilities were nice and the film program was really comprehensive. I'm getting my associates now for digital filmmaking, and I've really enjoyed my time at SRJC, and I think it was a great learning experience.
To get more information about digital film program, go to SRJC's website and in the search bar, type in digital filmmaking.
Eric Copley from KQED, a photographer. Now, Eric, if you don't mind me asking, how long have you been taking photos for?
I've been taking photos for the better part of a decade now. I started off actually with the Oakleaf. I joined them and I did some photojournalism, and then directly after going through the 4 Oakleaf classes, I got an internship with KQED, and I did that for about 6 months, and then they kept me on afterwards as an on-call photographer. So I've been an on-call photographer for them for, I think, the better part of 2 years now.
Okay, interesting. And if you don't mind me asking, what initially sparked your interest regarding photography? What was the first thing that made you think, I want to take photos?
Good question. There's a lot of things that go into, developing a hobby like that. Not to get too personal, but I actually suffered from a TBI when I was younger, so photography started out as a way for me to kind of reestablish my relationship with the world, and then it kind of continued to develop into a career.
And career-wise, do you sort of have an area of expertise? I know that at the Oakleaf we have some individuals who mainly take photos from sporting events, some people who are amazing at taking sort of wildfire footage. Do you have this sort of your area of expertise, or do you dabble in everything?
Funny enough, when I was at the Oakleaf, I specialized in wildfire footage. So that was what I spent most of my time early career doing. I've also gone and pursued a couple of my own personal projects overseas as well. I went to Ukraine about a few months after the war started. But now that I'm kind of working for KQED, most of my assignments revolve around local coverage of things. They send me on a bunch of different stuff. So I've done politics, I've done sporting events, I've done I've done more small scale things, so just like personal stories about community members of interest. That's usually what they'll send me on. My personal favorite though is anything that has kind of interesting story behind it. When I can actually interact with people and talk and kind of be involved in the story as a photographer, as opposed to being more of kind of a voyeur and just taking pictures and not really knowing what's going on. That's where I really, really find success.
Interesting. Well, we don't have personal stories for you, but we have photos with stories tied to them for you to look at. And we want to pick your brain about what we're looking at here.
Absolutely.
Starting off, we're looking at the photo infamously taken after the attempt on former President Donald Trump's life. As we can see here, so do you think that this is the photo of the 2024 election cycle?
This is a heavy one to start with, and I think that out of all the photos that I've seen coming out of this most recent elections cycle, this one is the one that's going to be in the history books. First of all, you have one of the first live viewed assassination attempts on a U.S. president in years and years. Not to mention, just as the photo itself, it's completely iconic. You have a low angle shooting upward, which gives the subject of the photo an appearance of power. You have Trump completely surrounded by his Secret Service members, pulling him down. His fist is in the air. The American flag is behind him. Everything about this photo screams dramatic and powerful, which is not to, talk about it necessarily, one way or the other as political, but this photo of Trump is a very, very powerful photo. And I think that people have realized that as it kind of cycled through the media circle. Mm-hmm. So I would say that this is the photo of the 2024 election. Regardless of the outcome, this one is going down in the history books one way or the other. This is a very well taken photo. This is a photographer being in the right place at the right time, knowing their equipment, knowing the proper angle, and capturing something that's going to be being viewed by historians and students for a very long time.
Now, regarding that photographer being at the right place at the right time, this had to have been a horrific event to have been in. The chaos, the panic, the loss of life that did occur. As a photographer, when you're on an assignment like this, are you expected to keep shooting through moments like that?
It varies from photographer to photographer. I don't think anyone, at least nobody, should give any photographer any grief if they choose to prioritize their own personal safety over continuing to photograph. Personal safety is obviously king. You can't produce any iconic photographs if you're injured or dead. So always prioritize your personal safety. However, there's this interesting phenomena that happens when you're a photographer where your camera kind of acts as a shield between you and the world. And this can be in good ways, it can be in bad ways, and in situations like this where when you have a camera in your hands and you're dedicated to trying to make a perfect frame at any given moment, no matter what happens around you, that still maintains this priority in your mind. So, I've been in dangerous situations, and again, I'm trying to maintain my personal safety, of course, but there is a certain matter of risk that I, as a photographer, am willing to take on if it means that I can document something important. Again, would not give any grief to a photographer who prioritizes personal safety over that. That is the smart thing to do. However, it is not uncommon among photojournalists to continue shooting in dangerous situations. And that's how you get photos like this.
And if you don't mind me asking, for situations, and if you can reflect on times where you've been in a dangerous situation photographing, do you prioritize, do you still take into account framing, lighting, shadows, or is it more so about capturing that moment that takes the utmost priority to you in times where danger is present?
When you're an experienced photographer, you're constantly weighing the moment versus the lighting. So there's things you're trying to do to try to get a more perfect photo. However, the moment is always king. So as long as you can capture the moment, everything else is secondary to that. However, a really, truly amazing photograph comes when things line up. So this is a situation where the photographer was at the right angle for the sun to be hitting Trump directly from the front. So his face is perfectly well illuminated. The flag behind him is illuminated. If this photographer was on the other side, or more so to the left or the right, these Secret Service members may have been blocking him. So in a situation like this, I think the photographer was really just going for the moment. However, they happened to be in the exact right position to capture Trump perfectly well lit and the flag behind him, all those kinds of things. However, you can make small adjustments in the moment as well. So I'm certain they raised their camera and they're just like, I got to get this moment. But at the same time, all it takes to really position that flag behind Trump exactly where it is just that. So you are thinking about that. So I'm sure they were just like, I got to capture this moment. And then after they were looking through the viewfinder, like, okay, I got to move down here a little bit, or I have to bend my knees a little bit to really make sure that flag isn't directly behind Trump, but is kind of up and off to the right. I don't know if this photographer was actually thinking about that. They may have just been firing off and capturing as many photos as they possibly could. But as a photographer, that is what you're doing. You're making these small adjustments to try to adjust your frame to make sure that the elements line up in a way that's visually pleasing.
Absolutely. And now we're going to be moving on to a photo that has a little more of the framing and the positioning in mind. It is this one right here of a young girl looking up to see Kamala Harris give a speech during one of her rallies. What message do you think, as a photographer, do you think a photo like this gives to the intended audience?
This is a great example of visual storytelling. So again, this is a photographer who probably saw this girl standing there and then was like, oh, if I silhouette her, then she's going to be perfect, just like right below Kamala Harris here. So I think that this is showing us, you know, it's obviously a young person. It's obviously a child in the bottom of that frame. Even though you can't see their face, you can still tell that. And again, you see there's also this top or this bottom up shot. So they're shooting from below and then shooting upwards. So that gives a sense of power to the subject of the photo, which in this case is Kamala Harris. And then within the foreground, there's this child who's looking up at her as well, just as we are looking up at her as the viewer of the photo. So I think this photo can say a bunch of different things depending on the viewer. However, as the person who composed this photo, what they're really trying to show is that young people are watching Kamala Harris. They've placed her in a position that shows that she is inspiring, she is powerful. You can see that she's very well lit on that stage, so she pops out of the photo a little bit more. However, the child takes up more of the photo in the foreground. So this is a really good example of balancing your photo, where the child isn't as well lit, however, she takes up more space. Kamala is much more well lit, so she pops off the frame a little bit more, but she doesn't take up as much space. So the weighting of this photo is really unique and really well done, and I think tells a very compelling story. People like to say the camera doesn't lie, and I don't think that photographs lie per se. However, you can definitely create a narrative with a photograph, and that's what's been done here very, very beautifully. So again, you can't see the child's face, you can't see the child's expression, but you don't need to. All you can see is this child who is looking up at this powerful figure and gazing up at her with what we can only, as the viewers, assume is admiration.
Now, when it comes to photos like these, where very obviously there had to be some intentionality behind choosing that little girl, behind having her look up, would you even recommend to those interested in photography to capture a shot like this to search for a subject first? Or what would be your approach to taking a photo like this? Moment over subject, subject over moment?
A lot of photography is, like I said previously, it's kind of being in the right place at the right time. You know, this photographer was obviously in a position where they could spot this girl, or maybe they were already behind her and they were able to compose it. So for any aspiring photographers, yes, absolutely. Positioning subjects in your photo, especially multiple elements like this, is a very good way to make a powerful photograph. Juxtaposition in general is a very, very powerful tool to create a story within your photograph. As photojournalists, we want to create photos that are as honest as possible, and I think that this photo was created very honestly. It's at a Kamala rally, but yeah, if I were to go about making this photo, I don't think I would have done anything different. I think this photo is something else that's interesting about this photo as well is that it's vertical. Especially in photojournalism, most photos are horizontal because that's what works better on a web page. And that's what has tended to work better in newspapers as well. So having a vertical photo like this, even just the choice to make it vertical, I think impacts the overall composition of the photo and complements the story that's being told. If you shot this vertically, then you'd have a bunch of extra distractions along the side. The only two things in this photo are Kamala and this child. So honestly, props all around to this photographer. I wouldn't have done anything differently myself. There can be kind of pressure for photographers to always get faces in photos as well, especially as photojournalists, because you always want to make sure you can see the face of your subject. But this is a situation where that rule was broken and very well done.
Now, compared to the previous photo of the attempt on presidential candidate Donald J. Trump's life, would you say that this one holds equal weight, less weight, or a different kind of weight altogether?
I'd say less weight because this is a beautiful photograph, and I think it is a historical photograph of Kamala Harris. However, what's going on in this moment is not a historic event in and of itself. I think Kamala's campaign is certainly historic in and of itself. However, this moment specifically, much less so. The photo of Donald Trump almost getting assassinated is dramatic. It's an event that happened that was very, very important to the entire nation. So I'd say if we're qualifying it by that, less so. However, the importance of a photograph really depends on the viewer. So I think that there's people who may have viewed this photograph and found a lot of importance to this photograph to themselves personally, and that's what's important about a photograph. I think the photograph of the Trump assassination is definitely more like true photojournalism, an event that is happening. Sorry, not true photojournalism. This isn't not true photojournalism, but more of a like classic photojournalism moment. There's an event that is happening in that moment, and they have to capture it to convey that information to the masses. This is a photo that has arguably more narrative to it, There's nothing in this photo that's happening in this exact moment that's going to, that needs to reach a whole bunch of people per se. However, I do think it's a very powerful photo in its own right.
Perfect. And now going in, we've made reference to the historic nature of the Trump attempted assassination photo. This is another arguably historic Trump photo. Him working at McDonald's for a day. Yeah, this was the first photo I saw of this wasn't actually this one. It was him over the fry machine, and I genuinely thought it was AI. I couldn't believe my eyes. I had no preconception that this stunt was happening. Yeah. But yeah, wow, that wasn't what I expected when I got out of bed in the morning to see on my photojournalism feed. But yeah, this whole stunt was pretty interesting. So this is kind of a situation where, again, different situation. This is something that was set up. Photographers were there taking photos specifically. It was kind of like a press event. It's definitely a character moment for Trump, which is, I think, where, Trump has a lot of, people often say Trump is very charismatic, and it's partially because he does things like this. He is very photogenic in this sense where, he can do stunts like this, and it's interesting and it's consumable. So that's something that is kind of the double-edged sword of photojournalism, where, especially now in this digital age, where things can disseminate super, super quickly, and the king is what's interesting, what gets clicks. This is interesting. This gets clicks. Like seeing Donald Trump in a McDonald's drive-thru, this just popped up on your feed and you had no idea about any of the, preconceived notions about this, you'd be like, whoa, what's going on there? And you click on it. So, great photo, very clickable, hilarious. What a strange timeline we're living in. But overall, I don't think as iconic as the other previous photos. Obviously, a media stunt event. Was definitely mostly just done to prove a point. I don't personally know a whole lot about the inner workings about what went on behind this shoot, but yeah, definitely one of the photos of all time. Now, if you don't mind me, do you think that, because I when this popped up on my feed as well, it sort of took me aback, and I went out and I asked for others' opinions and what they thought on it, and I witnessed a whole broad range of it. Some people thinking that this was a humanizing moment for Trump, others thinking that this was a sort of Dukakis moment where he sort of was attempting to be something that he's not, and it very obviously showed that this was almost a mockery. In your opinion, from the photos that came out of this whole event, do you think that it played in his favor, or do you think it highlighted the absurdity of the entire publicity stunt?
This is definitely more opinionated. I saw it as mostly absurd. Watching someone who touts themselves as a billionaire working in a fast food industry is, it's very difficult to do that in a way that doesn't come off as mocking. This was just a photo stunt. This was just a day for Trump, but for a lot of people, this is their lives. And there's a lot of difficulty that comes with working one of those jobs. I think that this probably did very well with his base. Another big thing about photos and photojournalism and viewing photos is that bias is a really huge thing. The bias of the viewer can completely change how a photo is perceived. So I think among Trump's base, this probably did very well. I think they probably thought it was funny. I think they thought it was easy to share among themselves and send to their friends and their relatives who also support Trump. However, among people who may be more neutral on Trump, or people who are supportive of Kamala or just plain not supportive of Trump, I think they probably saw this as mostly a little bit ridiculous, perhaps a little bit mocking. Definitely a risk that he took with this, but that's kind of what Trump does, is he plays to his base, and I think that this probably did so successfully, but I don't think it won him any new supporters.
And in terms of the photo's composition itself, do you think that it being shot through that of a prospective McDonald's enjoyer, do you think that added to the photo in any way, shape, or form, seeing sort of what appears to be an extremely well-built man about to receive his Big Mac from Mr. Donald J. Trump?
See, this one's super interesting because again, working with foreground perspectives and composition, this is taken from the perspective that makes it kind of uncanny and really adds to the effect that I think they were trying to go for. This looks like you're sitting in the passenger seat with your dad and you're 12 years old, and all of a sudden Trump's the one handing you your meal. So as far as the perspective and the angle this photo was taken, I think that's what they were going for. I think they did a very good job with that. You can see in the foreground there's a gentleman you can see just enough of his face and his body to know that he's there and that he's in the car and that he's ordering. But Trump is still taking up the bulk of the photo. It's zoomed in. He's got an expression on his face. He's holding the McDonald's bag up. It's in the frame. He's wearing the apron. You can see the colors. Like, everything about this photo just screams uncanny McDonald's. So, yeah, I think the photographer did a very good job. The other photos from this were also just an absolute trip to view. This one, however, I do really, really like. I do think it really captures sort of the almost dream-like situation that's going on here. Yeah.
Sort of one of those fever dreams where your teacher is former President Nixon.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you have those too?
Huh? Yeah. Yeah, no, repeatedly. He haunts me. But moving on to the next one, this is sort of the last photo that we've selected from sort of the Trump sphere. It's an infamous moment in history. Right here we have comedian of the Kill Tony podcast, Tony Heathcliff, or Hetchcliffe, as he is, I believe that this is either just before or just after he made his infamous remarks regarding the island of Puerto Rico.
Again, another beautifully composed photo. He's perfectly centered. This is a perfectly symmetrical photo. So symmetry is a really good way to make a solid photo. Especially when you're dealing with a lot of like asymmetric elements. Like, people aren't symmetric. So creating a symmetric photo of a person is kind of tricky. You have to use other elements in the photo. You've got the two glass panels on his left and his right, which help with that. And then you have the color contrast here as well. You know, Tony is lit very well here, so his skin tone is more true to color. Whereas all the folks behind him are in this deep, deep red. People have different varied reactions to the color red, but usually it kind of has like this almost like foreboding sense to it. Depends on the context as well, but dark red especially, almost the color of blood, has this deep sense to it. But also the color of the background matches the Trump Vance sign, which is, you know, purple and red, so that also works. I think it's an interesting photo of, again, going into the storytelling here, capturing the moment. People think photography is a lot about like, oh, you just have to capture the moment. What we actually do is we capture a lot of moments, and where a lot of the skill in photography comes from is selecting the right moments from the ones you've captured. So the photographer chose this one, and I think he did a great job, or maybe the editor chose this one to publish. But this is an interesting one because he's got his hands up, he's almost like defensive, which matches, you know, how this event actually went down. You know, he would kind of make these comments and the crowds would have mixed reactions, and then he's kind of like putting his hands up like, okay, calm down, it's just a joke. So I think very true to the situation. This is a very good example of conveying complex information, a feeling of being there in just a single still frame of a photo. But yeah, just another really interesting event to take place in the election run.
Just another manic Monday, some would say. Now, I want to touch a little bit more on the color here, because that's what initially caught my eye regarding the photo. It seems to almost just, for lack of a better term, and to spark no inherent opinion, but it almost reminds me sort of like of a Sith Lord. And I was wondering if you could sort of dive into that just a little bit further as to how the colors impact the mood of the photo.
Yeah, I think Kill Tony. I think referring to Kill Tony as a Sith Lord is a little. What's the term? Generous. But the color is definitely doing a lot of the heavy lifting in this photo. It helps him pop out that the background is super duper red. However, it's not a particularly like dramatic moment or a violent moment or anything. So the color red, I think, does more so here just to make the photo pop out. Of the photos we've seen so far, I think this one's a great moment. I think it's well composed, but it's probably, as far as like historical relevancy goes, probably one of the weaker ones. I think the red is interesting. It helps the photo. However, the color doesn't really match the moment, which is a little bit more ridiculous. Although you could also argue that it's kind of showing the more insidious undertones of this kind of ridiculous moment. Like, you've got Tony up here holding up his hands, making jokes, and then just behind him there's this giant wall of blood red. So, comes down to interpretation. Good photo. I like it. But I don't think it's quite as powerful as the ones that we've looked at previously.
Absolutely. And then I'm going to ask for your opinion on this one.
Yeah, sure.
Now, do you think that this is the moment that caused the most damage to the Trump campaign?
Okay, the moment in reality, not just the photo, but like when he was.
Yeah, sort of taking it into a context of the event, leaving the photo behind. Do you think that this is sort of a moment, or one of the bigger blunders of the Trump campaign during his trail?
I think we're going to find out tonight. I was very surprised when watching this to see the mixed reactions from the crowd. When he said certain things, it was just kind of dead silent, and I was like, whoa, okay, like, I was kind of surprised. I was like, wow, okay, they do have kind of a limit here. There was a moment where he kind of called, he's like, oh, where are all the Latino Trump voters? And then people made noise, and he was like, oh, there they are, get them out of here. And that kind of like was met with kind of maybe some like rough chuckles, which is, I mean, kind of a dark moment. Like, I don't want to say they're telling on themselves, but that's certainly what it felt like, where he's like, oh, hey, show your support for me. Okay, now I know where you are, and I'm going to come get you. Which, again, it's just a joke. But there's always a little bit of reality in jokes. That's what makes any joke funny, is there's always a little bit of truth to it. So, yeah, it was kind of disturbing. Whether it helped or hurt his campaign, I'm not sure. I've seen, the right side of the aisle certainly laugh off things they probably shouldn't have plenty of times. So I'd like to say it hurt his campaign, but the reality is that people who are supporting Trump probably aren't going to stop because of that.
Sort of his base is so well enclosed.
Yeah, because if they're at this point where they're so invested in Trump, where else are they going to go this late in the race, at this late in the game? So I think the people who are here are locked in already. So I don't think anyone was jumping ship because of this. Although they may have, something like this may, make people like, well, you should think about it. Like, do these people have my best interests in mind? You'd hope, but we'll see tonight.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know for those who might be considering jumping ship or jumping on the ship, they still have till 8 p.m. today to cast their ballots.
Certainly.
Visit sonomacounty.ca.gov to find the nearest voting center near you. Now we're going to be moving on to a little less of an intense moment here, one that's a little more joyous from the Kamala Harris side of the campaign trail. It's this photo of her with Beyonce, probably arguably two of the most important women together. Thoughts, opinions?
Great photo. All of these are great photos. I like that they're a little bit more separated from the background. You can see the faces of people behind them. And this is kind of a powerful thing, too, where these people are all out of focus, but you can still tell everyone back there is excited. Everyone's smiling. Everyone's cheesing. Everyone's well lit in this photo, so it's very nice and evenly lit across the board. And then just in the foreground, or in the center of the photo, there's Kamala Harris and Beyonce. Very iconic photo. They're both like touching each other. There's no apprehension in their body language. This is a great moment. They're both smiling. I like that you can see Beyonce's face a little bit better than Kamala's. It's very difficult to get two people's faces in a photo well if they're not both facing your camera directly. Especially when, someone has long hair that covers a side of their face. You kind of have to photograph them at sort of this angle. So this photographer prioritized Beyonce's face, which I think is good because you can still tell that that's Kamala. Beyonce was, the star of the show at this rally because that's her job. And overall, I think it's a really good photo. I think it's a touching moment between two very powerful people. I think you can see the excitement in the photo still. It's not bland. There's nice color. There's nice lighting. Again, it doesn't stand out to me as one of the, the greatest photos of all time, but it's certainly still a very, very historic moment of the campaign trail. I think especially if Kamala does win, I think that there will be kind of a retroactive observation of what she's done in her campaign trail since it was so short, since she only just took over the candidacy from Biden just, a couple months ago. So I think people will look more back on this photo more after the fact. But I think it's a lovely photo.
Absolutely, and if you don't mind me asking regarding star power, because Beyonce, I don't think I need to say it. I think it's obvious. Clearly one of the most famous people to exist.
Absolutely.
Do you ever find that that's with certain photos, stardom or having a star center almost becomes the, for lack of a better term, shining point of the photo itself?
Oh yeah, I mean for starters too, it's very hard to take a bad photo of Beyonce, and a lot of people will, talk up a photo purely just because it has someone they like in it. You see this all the time at all levels of photography. I mean, like the basic one is just like, oh, is this a good photo or is it just of a pretty person? So that's something you have to definitely, think about when you're approaching photo critique and how to make a good photo. So yeah, and it's also, what makes a photo interesting to view, which is what draws people to the photo, what gets them to click on it. That's something you just have to think about in the world of photojournalism. So star power is very, very strong in that sense, getting people to click on your photo, getting people to view your gallery or your article. But I don't think that this photo, because if you swap Beyonce with somebody else, it's still a pretty solid photo. But I do think that Beyonce is definitely not doing any light lifting in it either. Yeah.
And then, if you don't mind me asking, I know you touched on it before, sort of the choice to show Beyonce's face over that of Kamala Harris. And I'm gonna pick your brain for your opinion on this one again. Do you find it interesting? It seems like as we go through sort of every 4 years the election cycle, more and more priority gets placed on the endorsements versus those who are being endorsed to some extent. Sort of the celebrities have been having more and more popularity in sort of the news cycle whenever they come out in support of a certain candidate. I recall to the waves in news. We almost had this photo here of Eminem endorsing Kamala Harris. Do you find that in any sort of way that takes away, or do you think that it's good that celebrities are getting political?
I don't know if I'd call it good. I see what folks are trying to do with it. Celebrities are very, very powerful in the modern day and age, possibly more so than they've been before. Especially with the advent of social media and how quickly things can spread. Celebrities nowadays have more fans than I think they've had in the past, so you can reach a lot of people very, very quickly. You won't really want to hope that people will make their own decisions and not just follow what their favorite celebrity is doing. These are singers and songwriters and actors. They're not politicians. However, at the same time, people... if a group of people like a certain celebrity, then you can assume that they at least to some degree think alike or they enjoy the same things. So there's something to be said for just like social connections there. I think it's got pros and cons. I'm personally not a huge fan of it. I don't try to base my own personal political beliefs off of celebrities. Unless I know for a fact that that person is very well informed or has maybe some source of information that I don't, which is pretty much very, very rare. So it's kind of a tricky question. I don't want to talk down celebrities. They have platforms. I think if you want to use your platform to do what you believe is right, I think people should be able to do that. However, there's kind of a dark side to this too, where Trump's entire presidency was started because of his celebrity initially. So yeah, like you can get a lot of power into the hands of someone who may not be necessarily qualified or prepared for it, and that can get both them personally and our country into trouble. So I think done in moderation, it's totally fine. Like if you're a celebrity and you want to endorse somebody, I think using your position to do so is totally fine. More so in the sense that I don't think there's any constitutional way to stop them. But at the same time, I think it's also a really good way that misinformation can spread. Because celebrities, being talented doesn't necessarily mean that you're well informed.
Absolutely. And as our celebrity guest, now I'm going to ask for your opinion.
Sure.
Out of the photos that we were showing today, which would you say would be your personal top three that you think when a teenager who couldn't give less of a hoot on what his teacher is saying is opening through his history textbook and passes the sections on D-Day and 9/11, and then when they get to the 2024 presidential election, what photos do you think are going to last for that long? They're going to still be in circulation in the future?
I think it's absolutely number one is the Trump assassination photo. I think this is just, you can't beat this for an iconic moment. Attempted assassination of a U.S. president really shows like Trump's personality as well. Like, you can see the blood on his face. So that one's number one for sure. I just really can't believe that this photo, I never would have thought at the beginning of the year that a photo like this would have popped up. This is completely unprecedented. This is living through history. this is a photo that's going to be being talked about for decades and decades and decades. Second of all, I think is definitely the photo of Kamala Harris with the child in the foreground. I think that is likewise, I think that is a very, very powerful narrative of Kamala's campaign and who she is. So I think if I was flipping through a history book of the 2024 U.S. election, I think those are the two top photos I'd want to see in there. That photo of the Trump assassination, completely historical moment, and then just this is a very powerful photo of Kamala's campaign, taking over her campaign at last minute, generating an unprecedented amount of support and hype around herself that I was really it was not looking good for the Democratic Party a couple months ago. And now I think they're in a much better position. And then for the third one, honestly, I think it could go to several ones. I'd say probably the one of Kamala and Beyonce, again, just because of that star power, just because this is two of the most powerful women in the world. So I think that could definitely find its way into a U.S. history book, especially if it's like a world politics book or, political science classes, decades down the road talking about star power. Because like we were talking about earlier, I think you're totally right. I think it's becoming more common for very powerful celebrities to use their platforms to influence politics. So if this continues on the current trend, I think this is something that's going to be being analyzed for quite a while and probably pretty deeply. So I think that one's definitely number 3.
Now, before I let you go, is there any photo, we wouldn't be able to show it to our audience, but are there any photos that you think that we missed? Is there any one in particular, maybe one or two that you said when you were looking through initially, when it came up in the news, you were like, this is a powerful photo? Or do you think that we nailed it? Do you think we did the best job humanly possible at recapturing the election through photos?
I think you definitely got the top ones. I've been so inundated with photos and viewing so many that it's actually been nice to kind of sit down and look at these a little bit longer. Nice. But I can't pull out any specific ones off the top of my head just because, again, the election cycle and social media, now we're just inundated with these images. So having anything that stands out the way that these images do is really, really impressive.
Well, perfect. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. If you ever would like to come back, we'll see you in 4 years. Yeah. And from your own opinion, we did the best job humanly possible at gathering photos. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Have a wonderful day. All right. Next up, we're going to be having a bit of an ad. And then when we come back, we might have a bit of breaking news for you as well. See you soon.
SRJC film program to me is a good opportunity to make more films to add to my portfolio.
Surrounded by people just as interested in filmmaking as you are.
You really get down to the nitty-gritty and just making films.
The digital media program at SRJC is designed for students who are looking to possibly transfer to a 4-year film school, students who are studying for a digital media certificate, or for people who are just looking to take a class in a particular subject. So you can take classes in single camera fiction production, you can take it in single camera nonfiction production, and you can also take class in multi-camera studio production, which is where we're at right now. A lot of the classes are project-based learning, so after studying the theory of how something works, the student then goes to try to apply that as it pertains to a particular project, usually of their own writing, in the field. Students are very active in their own productions. Several of our classes interact with classes in other disciplines. That kind of interaction not only yields a better product, but it also helps to form creative relationships, and that ultimately is what a film school is good for. And I feel like in the few years that I've been here, I've seen the film community here grow and be really active, which is something exciting to watch. I feel like students are not just taking a class, but many of them are really part of a filmmaking community. And that ultimately is what a film school is good for. And I feel like we deliver that here.
We interrupt our commercial break to bring you breaking news. At 2:53 on Tuesday, law enforcement officials have reported around 30 incidences of hoax bomb threats being called into election-related location. On Tuesday at 11:18, election officials in Milwaukee are recounting 30,000 absentee ballots because doors on ballot tabulators were not properly sealed, according to AP News. At 3:20, Donald Trump released a statement on Truth Social saying, quote, "A lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. Law enforcement incoming," end quote. The Philadelphia City Commissioner released a statement saying, quote, "There is absolutely no truth in this allegation. It is yet another example of disinformation. Voting in Philadelphia has been safe and secure," end quote. That concludes our breaking news update. Back to an ad, and when I return, I'll be with Professor Lex Polis talking about social media and the election. Hi, welcome back. And on this return, I'm joined with Professor Lex Polis from the Media Department. Lex, if I may call you that, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. How's your election day been so far?
Full of teaching and commuting, so great, I guess.
Yeah, it's another day in paradise?
Sure, let's go with that.
Awesome. And have you voted already?
Yeah, I mailed in vote, and I did that last week.
Perfect. Got it out of the way.
Yeah, that's the beauty of mail-in voting, so yeah, don't stress about it.
If you don't mind me asking, how long have you been teaching here at the SRJC and also in general?
Yeah, so this is the start of my 5th year, and I've been teaching since 2013.
Nice. And what initially sparked your interest in media studies, if you don't mind me asking? Is there some sort of great big origin story?
Well, I thought I would be a football player, and I actually went and played football at Lewis and Clark College in Portland, Oregon.
Nice.
Ran track, and thought if that didn't work out, I'd be a sports announcer. And then I took a philosophy class and a medieval history class, and those were for some reason just more interesting. But they didn't really offer a whole lot, and I transferred to Colorado State, where I found a teacher who was teaching media studies and video games, and said that I could study media from a historical and philosophical perspective. And so that spurred my interest, and I've just sort of been doing it ever since. Interesting.
And if you don't mind me asking, has football and video games and history always been sort of hobbies in your life?
Yeah, I think the more I got into media, the less I played football. Okay. Maybe not the best for my health, but and I've really kind of moved away. I watched Oregon State for a while, and but then I don't really watch much sports these days. Interesting. Just taking on different interests.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
Grow, change as a person.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And who knows, you might still have time to spark up the NFL career.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Who was the quarterback for the Rams? Wasn't he like 40 when he started?
Probably. I don't know.
I think there was, yeah, in any case, yeah.
No, but absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, media, not football, sadly, but
Sure,
media is what I hope to pick your brain about.
Yeah.
Particularly social media.
Yeah.
You've probably heard of it.
Once or twice, yeah.
It's a new and upcoming thing.
Okay, great. I look forward to learning more about it.
Well, I hope to learn more about it from
cool.
you.
Yeah.
Social media seems to have played a very prevalent role in the 2024 election campaign. And just sort of going into it, what's your initial take on this? Do you see it as like a trend that came from previous years? Or do you think that social media is here to stay when it comes to our elections?
Yeah, I mean, I may just take one step back and just the idea of social media. I mean, certainly, I think we most often say social media in reference to digital social media, really starting, generally speaking, with Facebook. But that goes back much further. I mean, even forms of gossip and like local walls in like medieval era, like all functioned as forms of social media. Like the public square was a form of social engagement. So I feel like social media is just the public distribution of information and the reaction to it. And so I think anthropologists and archaeologists have looked at the ways in which the social dissemination of information in a public area has been used. This is just a modern version of it in an online space. I certainly think that digital social media, as we're accustomed to, TikTok, Instagram, Blue Sky, whatever it might be, like that is amplifying a lot of our interactions. And it's definitely not going anywhere anytime soon. Most likely, some will fall, and we'll get new and different ones. But I think the idea of online social interaction is not going anywhere anytime soon.
And now regarding its role sort of in elections, both candidates, it seems like this election cycle, have utilized social media virality and influencers as well, those who already have a following on social media platforms, or digital social media platforms.
Yeah, sure.
To boost their own support and to garner voters towards their cause. How do you think that do you view these strategies as being more effective than traditional forms of campaigning?
Yeah, there's that broadly speaking, for numerous reasons, there's a cacophony of things that have happened, I think, with traditional media, either presence or campaigning. Less and less people are watching television. They do an activity where students fill out a log and they have to just assert how many hours they're spending on a media platform. How much are they consuming? Currently, I have students who are spending upwards of 88 hours over 5 days. So roughly 100 hours a week, they are consuming media of some sort, which is a lot of time. It's 2 full-time jobs plus some time. Obviously, there's multitasking that are going on, and but most of that time, typically 50 hours or sometimes 60 hours are spent on social media. Maybe roughly 4 hours are spent watching television, like broadcast television. 0 hours are spent consuming radio. No hours are also spent reading newspapers. So just generally, traditional outlets are not getting the same kind of interaction that they were once getting. And politicians are going to adapt to that. Certainly going online, using social media, and either for getting people interested, getting people excited, creating viral moments online, whatever it might be, I think certainly it does generate some interest. Whether that's useful or not, I don't know. I know Ocasio-Cortez was playing some games with kids at one point, and that didn't necessarily spur more interest in politics, but she did increase her following. So the utility of it I think is yet to be determined.
What do you think about the influencer side of it? Because I know it's been seen a lot as of late with sort of Trump's endorsement by Aiden Ross and Kamala Harris appearing on the Call Her Daddy podcast, the utilization of sort of these digital fan bases to boost their own message. Yeah.
It's not a surprise. You have 300 million followers, you have whatever it might be, egregious numbers, but that's, if you get those eyes on you, it certainly is going to increase your presence and awareness of who you are. I think it's a good question about who's using whom in that situation. Joe Rogan has never, the goal for any podcaster, really, media influencer, is to make money. Okay, so they're going to use what tools and assets they have, and I know there are a lot of political influencers. That the DNC had 300 political influencers come and interview people. That is a really interesting use of it. And I think the campaigns, the DNC, Kamala Harris, is able to capitalize on that, generate interest. People are coming to talk to them. Influencers have no necessity to be accurate, to be objective, to present accurate information. Again, their goal is to maximize profit. So I think there is a difference just in terms of traditional media and social digital media. Like, what is the goals? We have to question that. That's important. How they're using it and going on those websites or other podcasts is certainly, I think, maybe concerning in some ways, but not a surprise in others. It's just that's where we're turning towards getting information from. And that's, so of course they would naturally go there.
Interesting. And then as a professor, how do you contextualize to your students that candidates are no longer using traditional forms of media like CNN, like Fox News as much, so as they're relying on these like digital platforms and these influencer fan bases?
I mean, so few of my students watch or consume traditional media that it's almost a non-issue at points. Like the conversation is almost skipped past that entirely. What is the best GIF, meme, video of the day in relation to political candidates? Getting information from a traditional news outlet, I think there's more need to have students actually engage it for the first time and just sit down and read, right? And like take the time to think through what the arguments or article is talking about. And so I think it's actually, I'm trying to go back to re-engage with traditional media because journalism has a necessity, again, to like be accurate and reliable and like coherent and relevant that Joe Rogan is not bound to those same structures. I mean, literally, we have presidents going on neo-Nazi podcasts. So like, that's not the same journalistic ethics that Katie Couric has.
You bring up the concept sort of not relying on these influencers or relying on specifically Joe Rogan and other individuals of that ilk to visit on for their source of information regarding sort of candidates in the elections. What harm do you think comes from sort of that new generation style of consuming media where we rely on influencers and quick-fed media? What's the dangers associated that you think we should try to stray away from?
I mean, it's not entirely new. I mean, we have early presidents from early 1900s, even George Washington did a lot of these things too. Like he had, people went out. Voting used to be totally different. It used to be that a voting candidate would go to a bar and pay for beer, and you'd have a party, and then you'd go vote the next day, right? And so like there's certainly like an influence that is happening. I don't think that creates the best political or voting populace. I mean, you need to be an informed republic to be able to have a democracy. I think one of the concerns is like, do we have an informed republic on those issues? There's so much surface level material that's going on versus a depth or an engagement with it. It can be boring to like engage or dig into a topic. I totally understand like that we need to make things more exciting for audiences when there's a quick form material. When you're going from either clip to clip or scene to scene and within 5-10 seconds, like you're just a more rapid pace. So I think one of the dangers is that there's this need to maximize quick clips. There's a danger, I think, in not digging into concepts and being informed upon it. It's hard to be, there's so much information. It's hard to be media literate, to double check sources, to like reverse image search something. I mean, people thought that Disney had flooded when the last hurricane happened. Like there were just AI fakes all over the place. And so like just the amount of misinformation, disinformation is really obscuring, I think, our ability to comprehend the issues, partially because we don't have the time. So I think one of the dangers is just giving ourselves, or not giving ourselves the ability to like dig into, reflect, and think about the issues.
And you touched on misinformation in digital social media.
Yeah.
And what would you say to those who make the argument that the reason why there's been a mass migration from traditional forms of media to these digital social medias is because of the misinformation or the distrust that's been present in traditional media?
Maybe a couple of reasons. I mean, one, right, is that the general public, our ability to understand who owns what. So like Gannett Media was just recently bought out by Fortress, and there are like several other news outlets. Sinclair is obvious to this. There's so much consolidation. I mean, a couple of laws passed the United States, the biggest being the Telecommunication Act of 1996, which just allowed consolidation to occur. And that has, unfortunately, then just reduced the ability for journalists, accurate journalists, informed journalists, educated journalists to do their job. There's just less constraints. The AP press has shrunk in terms of their resources they've had. So there's a continual shrinking. As a consequence, we're getting maybe some similar information. That's cost-cutting measures. So I think the back end, there's a lot of just misunderstanding of like what is happening with traditional news. And I think most people tend to talk about 24-hour news. A lot of time I hear the arguments, media is biased. Okay, well, a book is media, a song is media, a television show is media. So like all of those are biased, or in what way are they biased? We tend to then use these broad sweeping terms, and that we're unable to actually have a conversation about what does bias mean. Oftentimes it's our bias that we're seeing, not a media's bias that they are presenting. They might frame an issue differently, and there might be some bias, and that bias might be for economic interests. But most time we are seeing what we want to find. And so I think there's a danger in like saying that, well, this is misinformation when it's what you bring to the table to begin with. Yeah, and I definitely, there are a lot of 24-hour news channels and like resources that do have some of that, and that is misinformation, but also like it might just be that journalists need time to cover the story. And we see things, Nicholas Salmon was a great case of like information coming out a little bit. There was a case in Kentucky about a kid who was shot and said he was a Trump supporter, and he was having this grin. Story came out, CNN broke it, and then a little bit later, more of the information happened, and then like a day later, more information. The story just needs time to evolve. This goes back to your point about using social media and the quick pace of it. Because we need the story, and we want reliable, relevant, accurate information now. That's just not possible. The world facts information doesn't work that way. So we immediately jump on something, or we try to tell the story. I think we need to give time for journalists to do their job, rather than just wanting immediate answers. But somebody who's on a podcast can give immediate answers. And so I think we move towards that too quickly. I don't know if that generally gets around to maybe.
No, absolutely. Yeah. And regarding, I hope that my advisor is hearing the statement regarding journalists need time. We need to start extending our deadlines.
Sure, yeah.
Time, no deadlines. That'd be wonderful. But no, even going inside of that, do you think that misinformation is more frequently encountered on social media platforms compared to, because you hear this a lot online of these sort of egregious examples of misinformation in mainstream news per se. Do you think that it's just not comparable, where it's like, no, if you scroll through Facebook, you're going to find infinitely more misinformation?
Yeah, that's just statistically accurate.
Interesting.
I mean, I don't know if I need to go much further into that other than, yeah, like it's by like hundreds of times. I mean, Macedonia as a country was basically supported by their GDP of misinformation. Like they are like we're one of the highest countries that produce that. Like there's absolutely no question by empirical data and evidence that there is more misinformation on social media. Like part of it is that sells, right? And so if you're selling information, what sells, what captures people's attentions, all kinds of studies from like, my favorite one was a study on Facebook where they just put like a catchy title, but the inside of the article was nonsense. Like it wasn't even actual language, it was just like symbols. And like people reposted that. They just saw the title, reposted it. So catchy things, that happens through the design of social media, again, which its goal is primarily to make a profit, to gather data, to use that resource. There's no journalistic structure to social media. We would have to rely on the owners of that to do something, and like it's not in their interests. And so, I mean, just via data, there is absolutely more information across all forms of social media in terms of news content.
And then, maybe I can run this by you, because this is something that I've always interpreted as a fact.
Yeah.
Sort of one of those fun facts that you would see on social media, that the claim that we swallow X amount of spiders per year it was a research study to see the spread of misinformation.
Okay.
Do you know if by any chance that's true or not?
I don't know if there was research on how many spiders we swallow I know some other weird court case things that have happened as a consequence of like managing or manipulating data. But I mean, let's just say that it is, right? Like that, in terms of how it spreads. I think one thing that we might go back to is just like how like powerful that kind of content can be. Going back to like early 1900s, Edward Bernays' use of like propaganda and looking at the way in which mass manipulation can occur. Like it's been clear, it's been evident throughout history, and when people apply some of these tactics, we can persuade mass audiences. We got women to smoke cigarettes as a consequence. We have caused like international conflict. We have persuaded like large-scale demographics to support like nationalistic causes as a process of the dissemination of misinformation and how it spreads. And so it's, I think maybe the bigger question for me though is like, it's not like, was that true or not, but like, is this effective? And the answer to that is actually yes, which that is, I think, more of a concern, is how persuasive misinformation can be.
Oh, absolutely. And in your opinion, have you seen it increase steadily throughout the years? Or has this been sort of a plight that was synonymous with the invention of social media, if that makes sense?
has misinformation amplified or increased. I would argue I give empirical data and evidence that certainly with the proliferation of the internet, I mean circa early 1900s when home demographics are starting to have access to it, there's just more content being produced. And as a consequence of more content being produced, there's a direct correlation to the amount of misinformation that's also being produced. We just live in a time period which can be great and fun and wonderful, but that there's just so much information. There's going to be some good and there's going to be some bad, and there's just more of it as a consequence. One of the things is just us as audiences building the skill sets to kind of filter through some of that.
And what are some of those skill sets? I imagine as a media teacher, you do teach, you cover sort of media literacy and how to discern sort of to some extent fact from misinformation. Yeah,
I mean, I think big things are, okay, so you can open multiple tabs, right? Read laterally. Story comes up, well, what does another site say about it? What does somebody else say about it? If you have a site that or a resource that you do trust, I think finding trustworthy sources is important. But if you do, have they said anything about it? What is going on there? So just reading laterally, reverse image searching something, or just seeing if this image is being covered in some other way. Looking at language really is a huge one. Just the way in which something is phrased tells you a lot about the news outlet, the material, and how they're covering something. So examples I give students, if an article, there's a BBC article, and there were two versions of it. The same content was being produced. Village liberated by soldiers, village attacked by soldiers. Okay, well, the simple phrasing shift changes the whole story. Liberation versus attack is a totally different perspective. So just how is the story being written about? Important ways to see then if the article has some sort of bias or framework to it. Also, what is the agenda of the outlet? Generally speaking, if we go to an outlet that their clear agenda is to style or to persuade something, knowing a little bit about who they are or what they're doing can go a long ways. Recently, this is just a personal one, is that, I'm just trying to find more and more the, classic cases of who are the trained professionals that I do trust doing their job, who are bound by maybe, I don't want to say a moral clause because that can get into a lot of tricky territory, but there were moral clauses for actors, and it kept them from kind of going out on the limb and saying wild things, right? So, but is there some sort of moral integrity that a profession like journalism is asking us to be? So we're not being sued or for libel or for there is protections, and that there's incentives to follow regulatory policies, and I trust that system is working. Does it have flaws? Sure, but there's more trust in that than I have of, some people who are being paid or trying to make an income on a social media site by getting followers.
And now we've covered sort of the intentional use of social media through influencers and through candidates' interactions with them. But what about the unintentional side of social media? Recalling instances like Brett Summer and the celebrity or the star power that came with Trump's mugshot being released.
Sure, yeah.
What's your thoughts on sort of that version of candidates using social media?
I love Reddit. Okay. It's just to start off with that. It's one of my favorite ones to use, just because the people on there are so witty. It's interesting. There's always retorts. It just feels fun in ways that other social media doesn't. But Reddit is also highly part of remix culture. So taking something and editing it and transforming it and then reproducing it. And there's a really cool element of remix culture that I think a lot of social media and just people are cool. Fans are cool. And so I'm definitely a fan of that. So I think something, it's like a phenomenon. Chappelle Rowan kind of using that material, but then adapting that to Kamala Harris, right? That feels very fan reproduced. And then the campaign takes that and utilizes it. That feels organic. Certainly there are things that are organic like that. I think that's a side benefit. That's just enthusiasm of what social media and the internet allows us to do. There are other ways in which candidates are trying to request, require, or create what looks like viral campaigns. Most often we see this with film and television, and we see this in other ways in which campaigns are trying to promote something. But I think there is this side concern maybe of how and in what ways does the presentation or assumption of authenticity work? Also, what does it mean that so many individuals are willingly spending their time creating promotional material for other people for free? So that feels like we are willingly exploiting. Maybe it's fun, so that's a side benefit to it. But are we spending our labor in ways that other people benefit from it? I think that is maybe one concern. but also like, and just in terms of politics, like it can be, maybe it's fun to watch a dance, or it's fun to watch some of these elements. Or I don't know. Weird GOP is also one of my favorite threads on Reddit. Like there's there's just some interesting stuff, and it does call attention to some issues, and people are doing wild things. And like that does help me re-engage with politics when I get sick of kind of the vitriol or like the dangerous language is happening. Like laughing at it is, I think, important to step back and kind of laugh at some of these perspectives. I think some of the other concerns though are like just like what has happened to the United States. Are we in such a spectacle of watching this material that we have lost maybe some moral, ethical integrity? I can't exactly remember the numbers, but I think like we're like 63 out of 168 in terms of like democracies. We're like a flawed democracy right now. In terms of freedom, I think we're somewhere in like the 60 out of 128 recognized countries. So like freedom and democracy are not high on our list according to like world metrics. And so that is a concern if we are more focused, distracted, sleight of hand tactics, that we are looking over here at the car crash. Meanwhile, our system is being subverted in numerous ways. Like this election might have some impacts, but like there are clearly impacts of our engagement as citizens and as a country in the next 5, 10, 15 years that are, I think, more important than just this one election.
Interesting. And do you think that from what you've seen regarding sort of these instances of unintentional clipping or of the remix culture, do you see that's mainly a positive or negative for these candidates' campaigns?
In the broad perspective, I don't see any harm in it. I think it's more fun. It's more enjoyable. I think in the specific use of this as like trying to clip and then utilize just the bests can be dangerous, right? Because then we are like contextualizing or framing and we're removing any context of it. And so I do feel like there's maybe some dangers of getting information that has been clipped in a very specific way. You come across it on TikTok and you share it on your whatever Instagram feed, and we're completely removed, and now we're just floating signifiers. Does it mean anything to begin with, or do we care about it at all? I think maybe there are the further we are removed from that context and reality, the more dangerous it can become. But just the general practice of clipping and laughing and having fun, like I'm not sure that's inherently evil.
Have you had any favorite trends during this election cycle?
When it first happened, the coconut tree, I spent like what felt like 2 years on Reddit, so it must have been like 2 days. Like just like going down the rabbit hole, like what happened, how did it go, and then following the artists and finding the originals, and then going down and finding the remixes, and then finding dances, and then like the remix dances. Like, I mean, that was what, like July, right? Like that was fun. I enjoyed that one a lot. But again, I felt like 2 years on Reddit, and because things move so fast, like so many other things happened in that same day. And then I was like, I gotta take a step back a little bit. I can't like spend entire days just hanging out in Reddit. So
you gotta take a step back from coconut trees.
Yeah, for sure. But I enjoyed that one.
Oh, absolutely. Moving on to this next question that we have for you. It's regarding less so social media and more so celebrities of traditional media. Think of sort of the Beyoncé's, Eminem's, Hulk Hogan's.
Yeah.
And regarding their involvement in the election and in campaigning, do you think that this utilization of star power and this increasing popularity of using famous people, attaching names to your campaign as a potential danger, or just sort of as the next logical step in campaigning?
I mean, I think in terms of certainly there have been musicians who have made songs for political candidates in the 50s, 60s, 70s. Like they were like, I mean, lots of actors have done the same thing. So I don't think it's anything new, right? I think actors, actresses, musicians, authors, artists have historically participated in the political system and had a voice to either advocate for or resist. So I don't think that's new. Maybe the ways in which modern celebrities are being attached to it, and that it's, I am here, you like me, vote for this person, is different than like writing, like folk music is grounded in political protest. And so a lot of folk artists are like actively speaking on behalf or to something, which is different than just showing up and being like, hey, I'm Hulk Hogan, vote for this person. It's like, what is the connection? What is the argument? What are we supporting? Is it just that celebrity status, that enthusiasm, that fandom we have? Or is there something that goes above and beyond that? I think a lot of musicians are pretty pissed right now at the Trump campaign for taking music and playing it without asking, even to the extent that like we get enthusiastic about songs, but the lyrics might undermine the use of the song. And so like I think that there is a reason for artists to support opposing candidates. I mean, Taylor Swift obviously is the best example of having like deep fakes or AI generated images like misrepresenting her, and then being seemingly forced to come out in support of somebody else who's not doing that. And so in some ways, I think artists, musicians, pop culture icons are supporting somebody. For what reason? Not always clear. And sometimes they're forced to advocate for the opponent because they've been like either fiscally or socially or personally harmed by that person. And that is like really terrifying, right? That somebody would be personally harmed by a political candidate and be forced to then come out in support of a different presidential candidate. Like that's just wild. Like that is unhinged in so many different ways. And so is it new? Is it just a logical connection? Maybe in some ways we'll see more of it. It's the way in which they're being used that I think is maybe more of a concern.
And then do you think that as we see in future elections, do you think we'll see a trend of sort of this, what you mentioned slightly, of the sort of almost forcing celebrities to, or those with notoriety to take a side? Otherwise, sort of as we saw with Trump and Taylor Swift, up for grabs.
Yeah, it's interesting because for me that question speaks to a larger issue of, are we becoming further and further tribalized? And are we just creating elections large amalgamations of different tribes? And do these tribes then participate or vote or speak on behalf or with a different candidate? So are we just re-tribalizing ourselves? In a lot of ways, it does seem like we're becoming more and more that way because our interests, our personality, our personas are more embedded in the niche experiences that we have online. And it may certainly become more tribe v. tribe, which sounds like the 500 BCE, right? More so than the 21st century. I mean, I don't know if like there's any way around that or way through that, maybe is a better way of framing it, but I think that more and more it will be more advocacy by those in the limelight, which is not entirely new. I mean, again, so many actors and artists have done that already, but they have, again, been bound by like morality clauses or contracts, and they are not bound by those. Like, not that they have done it, but if we look at like Logan Paul or the Nelk Boys, like they are not bound by like human decency. So like, but like they are still getting political credibility. I mean, it's just, they're just 21st century jackass, right? And yet they're turning into political resources. Not to say that Johnny Knoxville couldn't be a political resource in some way, but like I think he is very aware of like that Jackass and Johnny Knoxville are not necessarily the same.
It'd be hard to trust someone who's become famous for exclusively making bad decisions to advise you on who to vote.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a really, I mean, I know I'm tangenting a little bit here, so I apologize, but I do feel like there is an interesting like dilemma, right? With like, we have like, why do we trust these people? And it certainly does not seem to be like a moral or ethical code, right? Because like, again, bad choices. Is that what we aspire? Is that who we trust? Are people that have made bad choices? And seemingly in a lot of ways, sure, and seemingly other ways, people who are trying to like promote themselves, and like totally understand and get that. But who are we looking towards? And what are the morals and values that they might offer to help make them a reliable source? I'm not sure always that that's the case where we like allow, or it's not even them. It's not, I don't want to blame the individuals, right? Like this is what like online social marketing, the exploitation of immaterial labor of online, of like the kind of the modern world we live in. Like a lot of it is just bound towards trying to promote, and so like brand yourself, and so the brand has to lead. That's just like the work environment, and individuals are taking advantage of that. And so I don't think we should be angry at them. That's just like, but we should be aware of the systemic, institutional, cultural, economic contexts that are fostering and binding them those perspectives. So like, yeah, that we're famous for making bad decisions or being rude or neo-Nazis, right? Like, well, they're getting paid to do that. But we don't have to trust their political perspective. Yeah.
And then sort of in regards to star power, whether it be through being a professional wrestler like Hulk Hogan or any other form in which that could, making popular 6-second long videos. It seems that this concept of star power has been also falling in with the candidates as well, with political figures. You mentioned earlier during the interview about AOC playing video games. Wasn't politically, educational. There weren't massive talks about the need for social reform, but it did boost her following.
Yeah.
Not even on the level of politics, though, just at the level of maybe they'll stream again.
Yeah.
And also it always falls into the example of Trump.
Sure.
Many of his following, it's the image of him in which they have faith in as an individual.
Yes.
In regards to that star power, do you see that as sort of a danger, or is that sort of common in politics where stardom sort of takes precedent?
Yeah, I mean, Roosevelt and the Roosevelt Rough Riders, right? Like, became wildly popular. That popular persona helped get him elected, right? And so, like, I don't think that the star power is necessarily Reagan. Another great example of that, right? Like, is it new? No, but the world has changed significantly since 2001. It's changed since COVID, right? Like, there have been like large scale changes. 2008, like, there's been some large world, but also U.S. changes, right? And so audiences and demographics are looking towards understanding people differently. So reaching audiences in new ways, playing video games on Twitch or something, right? Great, like that does meet a new demographic. And there is just massive distrust in the system, which I don't blame people for, right? When I taught in Kentucky, like, I had a lot of students who voted for Trump. And they made compelling arguments as towards why, and I understood like what their distrust was in relation to the system. And I saw kids in poverty who were like clearly voting what seemed like against their interest, but it was like, I understand like why you are voting in this way, but I think since there's just been so much distrust, discontent in systems. We have some of the highest income inequality in the world, like highest incarcerated populations. Like there's certainly like these large scale issues that I think people are frustrated with. And so they've given up on politics, that like change can happen. Okay, well, if you've given up on traditional forms of politics, how do I reach you? Well, if I can become a personality, if I can play games with you, if I can catch you on like some small clips or something on TikTok, or like, that does re-engage the audience in some ways, and it builds a following. And a following is generally like your demographics, right? Like you are constituents of a population. And if your population isn't following you, well, you have to go to them. You should go to them, right? You shouldn't expect them to follow you. So I think, going to where people are in your constituency is in many ways the sign of like what a politician should do. Like they should try to find ways to meet and understand populations. I think it was George Orwell traveled Europe, and he just went to bars. And he just wanted to talk to people and buy them drinks to see what their perspective of the world was. And that's how it informed him about how to write or how to see the human condition. If we're just in like political offices, or academic high, ivory tower offices, we don't get to talk to people. We don't understand the human condition or what people are experiencing or feeling. And more people are online. So there's more and more of a necessity to, I think, meet them or to engage them in some of those ways. As a consequence, you're going to get a following. But, some of the greatest lines comes from comics, right? With great power comes great responsibility. And then from Men in Black, right? Like you can trust one person to learn about aliens, but the whole population would freak out, right? So like individuals are smart. It's that mass audiences that I think we can get wrapped into something that's not always like productive. But I think this is definitely a natural evolution of just like the electoral, demographic, congressional job.
Sort of prioritizing fans over the concept of policy.
Yeah, I think prioritizing engagement with your constituents.
Okay.
I think it'd easily be framed as fans because people would become fans of somebody like AOC or however that might work out of Trump, right? But in many ways, this is part of the job. I mean, I think in a lot of ways, I resist going on a lot of social media. I have so many stupid accounts, but like, I was on Musical.ly when it was first around, like participated in it just to figure out how it works and what's going on. I resist doing that as a teacher. I'm just not sure, like, do I want students to be integrating their lives with the academic work? In some ways, like, it might re-engage them or engage them, but in some ways, like, that seems like an inappropriate blurring of boundaries. I think for politicians, like, understanding those boundaries is increasingly important. And so, like, being on that does feel like more necessary for understanding who you are representing. What's on their minds, where are they going, what are they doing? I feel like that's, for better or for worse, I think more and more part of like just that job.
Completely fair. And then those are all the questions that I had for you today.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for stopping by. Is there anything else that you'd like to, any final thoughts, any final words regarding social media, regarding the election?
I mean, like I said, a lot of things, just, not all of this is necessarily new. We've seen people do this before. There's just a new manifestation of things. The world is certainly changing. Our reliance on these digital resources has become amplified. I think always it's important to be critical, be engaged. And then for me, that means not allowing media to lead you. It's a tool. And use that tool rather than allowing that tool to have any control over you. And I think we often are. It's easy to be sucked in. This is why TikTok is so successful, is that it pulls us in. And 88 to 100 hours a week is a lot of time to be consuming media. And so being reflecting, how am I using this? Mm-hmm. It might be for entertainment. Awesome. It might be cathartic. Brilliant. But also for what other reasons are we on it? I think it's just important. This election is certainly important for a lot of reasons, for civil rights, for human rights, for international policy, for border politics. There's a lot going on. But I think the long-term institutional infrastructures will also be important to understand how this works. I guess the last important thing, tangent, but real quick, is that one of the biggest things, certainly in relationship to all of this, is just how will the internet be regulated? As a media teacher and as somebody interested in this, Section 230 and the rules and regulations of the internet, what gets banned, what media we keep around, who's held responsible, we're still using radio law for a lot of that. And I think some of the people who are regulating it maybe were born when the radio was born. There's still there's so much old framing of a lot of that. And they might have great knowledge, but things work fundamentally differently, and utilizing library law and radio law to regulate the internet, I think just misunderstands that. So one of the big things I think from a lot of audiences, or a lot of younger audiences, that I would definitely advocate for is just thinking about how law will change and what kind of laws we need to hold people accountable. Because as of right now, there is really very little accountability. And if we are to get news, informed, data-driven information, there has to be some regulation.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Now, right before I let you go, can you give everyone viewing right now sort of 3 alternatives, anything to do besides social media?
Board games. I love board games. They're definitely highly recommend that. I'm also I'm just a big fan of podcasts. Okay. Those are really great. And I've been going to the theater a lot, going back to see film, and seeing film in a theater is a wholly different experience than seeing it at your house. So I definitely advocate for that.
Perfect. Well, I'll let you get going to those activities. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
We'll be right back with more.
clash. The divide between the two opposers grows deeper every day. If passed, Measure J would restrict the amount of livestock farms are allowed to house and would call for the liquidation of 21 CAFOs, or Certified Animal Feeding Operations, in Sonoma County. This list includes the heavily scrutinized Petaluma Poultry Farm, owned by parent company Purdue Farms. The measure is the first of its kind in the United States and could be a massive blow to California's agricultural industry, which yielded a whopping $12.89 billion in 2023 just from dairy products in cattle and calves. According to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, California is home to 1,274 CAFOs as of 2023. Sonoma County houses 21 of those CAFOs. If this measure is passed, it is believed by the proponents that it will spread to other counties and effectively bring an end to the factory farming industry in the United States. Though these CAFOs have been publicly scrutinized by animal rights activists, local farmers insist that they rely on these businesses to keep their own farms afloat. Many local farmers, like Bronte Edwards, owner of Rainbow Family Ranch and member of nonprofit Community for Food and Family, rely on these CAFOs to supply feed for their animals. Without their presence, Edward believes that many local farms could go out of business. According to Measure J proponent Samantha Eachis, all 21 large CAFOs in Sonoma County contain around 3 million animals. The Code of Federal Regulations, or CFR, states that in order to be considered a large CAFO, a farm has to contain at least 700 mature dairy cows or 1,000 or more cattle other than mature dairy cows or veal calves. Edwards explained that many of these CAFOs are not mass factory-like feeding operations focusing on fattening up animals to a cruel extent, but family-owned and operated farms. Quote, "One of the things that is really misunderstood is that they're calling a lot of these historic family farms factory farms, and what we see when we look at the size of the farms statewide, our farms in Sonoma County are about a third of the size. The size isn't really meeting that factory level," she said. Edwards went on to criticize the measure's credibility, citing that the organization behind the bill is located in Berkeley, a Bay Area city with little to no agricultural operations. Quote, "Direct Action Everywhere is the group that primarily wrote this measure. Their goal is to have no animal agriculture by 2024. The reason why they've picked Sonoma County is because we are very progressive," she said. Quote, "We are very connected to where our food comes from, and our producers are some of the most climate-smart agriculturalists in the world. They think that if this measure can pass here, that it will have a domino effect across the United States." In a September interview with Eachis, she described feeling as if the opposition of Measure J did not take the organization's claims of animal abuse on the part of the 21 CAFOs seriously. She attacked the opposition for allegedly using stock images in their ads, while the opposition has fired back, claiming that their campaign photos, which depict images of scared chickens missing feathers, were taken illegally when activists Direct Action Everywhere broke into the Petaluma poultry chicken barns. Both feel as if the other is at their throats. Quote, "What I feel is happening with this group is that they're trying to stereotype a lot of folks in the agricultural community. I've been called a January 6er, said Edwards, a queer farmer herself. Edwards did express understanding of Measure J activists and their goal to create animal and environmentally safe farms, as well as the group's belief that banning CAFOs could boost local farmer sales. Quote, "I feel like they're trying to argue that it's going to help small producers like myself. But the reality is somebody like me is never going to be able to compete with development companies that want to buy these thousands of acres of land that have been in families for over 100 years, Edwards says. Being a curious first-generation farmer with a background in animal science, Edwards checked out the 21 CAFOs before making her decision to advocate for no on Measure J. Quote, "I've been to all of these farms, and I've looked at it through an environmental lens and an animal science lens, because I want to make sure I'm backing up my beliefs too," they said. Quote, "What I can tell is these animals are super healthy. They're in excellent quality care. They have veterinarians coming in almost every week." Edwards explained that in order for operations this size to adhere to existing agricultural and animal well-being laws, these CAFOs have third-party auditors that will come inspect their farms and operations in order for them to obtain and maintain their humane certifications and organic certifications. She expressed her beliefs that although the people behind this measure are well-intentioned, the CAFOs in this area are not worth shutting down if it will cause harm to smaller local operations. Edwards predicted that many local farms, including theirs, will come to an abrupt end if Measure J passes. Quote, "I feel like a lot of producers that are first gen like me, that are smaller, I don't think we'd be able to make it through the year because our margins are already so thin." According to the No on Measure J website, the opposition currently has 59 local officials supporting their efforts to stop this ordinance. Reps Mike Thompson and Jared Huffman, as well as several members of the local city and town councils, appear on the website's list of supporters. No on J is endorsed by a slew of local dairy operations, including Clover Sonoma and the Strauss Family Creamery. The Sonoma County Democratic Party and the Sonoma County Republican Party also oppose the measure. Quote, "I don't believe the initiative, as it's written, deals with the issues that they claim to address. I think agriculture is such an important part of our community. We need to be real careful about how we mess with their ability to make a living and provide food," Thompson said in an interview with Oakleaf reporters. As the election creeps closer, No on J signs continue to dot farmland and city streets alike. The outcome of this seemingly small-time measure could change California's economy and culture forever. Quote, "I think we should defeat the measure," Thompson said.
Hi, welcome back. I hope everyone's refreshed and nourished. I come with a couple of breaking news. In local news, the Petaluma police arrested a man at 2:30 p.m. in the Petaluma River near the Sheraton after he injured an officer and attempted to flee the scene, authorities said. The suspect was seen driving downtown Petaluma and then proceeded to hit a dead end at the Sheraton. The suspect then crashed the vehicle into the Petaluma River and attempted to flee again via kayak, according to Sonoma County Sheriff Rob Dillon. Initial unconfirmed police scanner reports said that the man was yelling about election fraud. The Petaluma River and Petaluma Boulevard South are back open to the public, authorities said. The man is currently in custody. Now, switching over to national news. Tuesday at 3:22 p.m., an envelope containing an unidentified white substance was found at a polling location in Salt Lake County, Utah, according to AP News. According to local police, the substance has been tested and was found to have been a non-harmful substance. This is one of the many hoaxes reported to polling stations nationally. Reporting was done by Reed Carpenter. On Tuesday at 3:25 p.m., an update to news election officials in Milwaukee are recounting 31,000 absentee ballots because doors on the ballot tabulator were not properly sealed, according to AP News. This reporting was done by Reed Carpenter as well. Also, on today, Tuesday, at 3:33 p.m., Arizona is experiencing a ballot printing issue, causing long lines. Arizona's Secretary of State said, "We're doing our best to work with the county election officials there to see if we can resolve any of the remaining problems," end quote. According to ABC News, reporting for this was done by Jesus Lopez. Also on Tuesday at 3:48 p.m., an estimated 4% of Kentucky precincts reporting Trump taking 71% of the vote, according to 2070tovote.com. This reporting was done by Reed Carpenter. On Tuesday as well, at 3:53 p.m., an estimated 6% of Indiana precincts reporting with Trump taking 64% of the vote, according to 2070 to win. This reporting was done by Adair Rodriguez. Tuesday at 4:04 p.m., the New Hampshire polls closed and are pending results, according to ABC News. This reporting was done by Marty Lees. Tuesday at 4:06 p.m., the Washington Post and ABC News have called Kentucky and Indiana for Trump. This reporting was also done by Marty Lees. Tuesday at 4:12 p.m., voting machine malfunctions in Story County, Iowa may cause results to be delayed, according to CNN. Once again, this reporting was brought to you by Marty Lees. Tuesday at 4:15 p.m., Harris wins Vermont with a large margin, netting her 3 electoral college votes compared to Trump's 8 votes from winning Kentucky, according to ABC 7 News. This reporting was brought to you by Kevin Trelizzi. Tuesday at 4:16 p.m., Trump is projected to win Indiana, according to MSNBC. Reporting for this was done by Adair Rodriguez. Tuesday at 4:17 p.m., independent Bernie Sanders has won a 4th term in Vermont and will continue to represent the state in the U.S. Senate, according to AP News. This reporting was once again brought to you by Kevin Trelizzi. Tuesday at 4:18 p.m., 41% of votes are in for Florida, with Trump receiving 52% of the vote and Harris receiving 46%, according to 2070 to win. Reporting for this was done by Jesus Lopez. On Tuesday at 4:22 p.m., Milwaukee election officials say that the release of their final vote count will be delayed. 31,000 absentee ballots will be recounted because doors on the ballot tabulator were not sealed properly. There is no reason to believe that the ballots were tampered with, according to AP News. Reporting for this was brought to you by Reed Carpenter. On Tuesday at 4:42 p.m., false bomb threats in Georgia have led to some polling stations extending voting times, according to MSNBC. This reporting was brought to you by Adair Rodriguez. Tuesday at 4:26 p.m., per a CNN exit poll, Trump is favored among Georgia independents. Biden took the coalition in 2020. Reporting for this was brought to you by Marty Lees. Tuesday at 4:40 p.m., with 5% of the precincts reporting, James Comer, registered Republican, won re-election as Senator of Kentucky with 81.5% of the vote, according to 2070towin.com. This reporting was brought to you once again by Reed Carpenter. Tuesday at 4:42 p.m., with 14% of the precincts reporting, Brett Guthrie, registered Republican, won the re-election as Senator of Kentucky with 64.6% of the vote, according to 2070towin.com. This reporting, once again, brought to you by Reed Carpenter. Amazing work. Tuesday at 4:43 p.m. in Pennsylvania, the ACLU is attempting to extend voting past 8 p.m. through legal action so voters who have been waiting in lines for hours can cast their votes, according to The Guardian. This reporting was brought to you by Adair Rodriguez. That concludes our live news updates. Thank you. Now cutting it over to Brian Fructuoso, who interviewed Dr. Gina Valeria earlier the week. We'll take it to you, Brian.
Oh, I'm here today with Dr. Gina Valeria, professor at Sonoma State University. How are you doing today, Gina?
I am doing great, Brian. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for being here again on such short notice.
It's great to be here.
Appreciate it. All right, so let's get right into it. So we'll be talking about misinformation and how, the media has played a role in this election, and its impact. This upcoming election is set to be a historic event, marked by unprecedented voter engagement and a diverse array of candidates. With key issues like climate change, economic inequality, immigration rights, all these other social justice issues at the forefront.
Yeah.
Voters are more, mobilized than ever. This election not only represents a pivotal moment for policy change, but also the potential for record-breaking turnout and representation, particularly among marginalized communities. With that being said, throughout the election trail, controversially inaccurate statements have been made by nearly everyone involved, from Harris claiming that there were no troops stationed overseas to Trump's repeated claim that the previous election was stolen. How do journalists determine when to address misinformation versus choosing not to amplify it further?
I think anytime a journalist is reporting on something, they are going to address or share the facts and the relevant information on whatever subject they're reporting on. And if part of that involves countering any misinformation that's out there, I think the journalist will do that. If it's, it's difficult to do everything all at once. And so I think it has to be, if I'm talking about this topic, then we're going to need to address and make sure we've got the facts straight on this topic. And if this thing is foundational to the issue at hand, then we have to address that. So I think, if somebody misspeaks or stumbles, and that's different than somebody willfully, trying to mislead on issues. And so I think that plays a role as well.
Exactly. With platforms such as X and TikTok playing a much larger role in covering the election, especially this election, how do you think this affects the journalistic process of covering elections? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the fact that we've got platforms, so the media ecosystem, news media is a sliver of the entire media ecosystem. And so I don't think we always stop and remember that. News media is a small part of the entire amount of content that's coming out there. And when we have social media platforms, there's a lot of good about those, but there's a lot that can be gamed. So if someone is controlling the algorithm, the people who run the social media platforms, then that algorithm is going to dictate what we all see, and how the algorithm is written can play a role in what we know and don't know and what our perspectives are. And we already know this. We already know that we are getting served videos on social media or content based on what the algorithm thinks we want, rather than trying to inform us and help us all have a collective understanding of something. So I think the media ecosystem with social media involved has a great impact on how we're thinking about these things, and ultimately, how we see issues and candidates. So it is difficult, I think, for news media to counter that. It's so large, and people are focusing on that. So I think we can just do our best to fact check and counter things where we can. But we don't have control of the algorithms, and we don't have control of how our information gets out there, unfortunately.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Especially with, Twitter, or sorry, X now,
Mhm.
being owned by Elon Musk.
Right.
I'll be scrolling on there, and I'll see all these political, conservative ads. So it's really wild, the influence,
yeah,
one person has. Can you share any examples where, social media virality might have an impact on editorial decisions?
Sure. So if I'm on there and I'll take it away from I'll try to take it away from sort of politics, but just like if I like dogs, for example, then, we can talk about Twitter or X specifically in a moment, but any social media platform, whether it's TikTok or Instagram um, or YouTube or Twitter, they know I like dogs. They're going to keep showing me dog videos, right? And they know I like, golden retrievers or Bernie Mountain dogs or whatever. So they're going to serve me those videos. And someone else who likes birds is going to be seeing videos of birds and how great birds are. And I'm seeing how great dogs are. And so when we come together, I haven't seen anything they've seen, because the algorithm doesn't think I like birds. It just thinks I like dogs. And that person is only seeing birds. So we are going to have a difficult time having a conversation if we don't have any sort of shared understanding of the content that we're seeing. And so we see that in politics. We see that in election coverage. If the algorithm thinks I am of a particular political leaning or like a particular candidate, they're going to serve me up content that maybe is analogous to that side. And someone from a different side isn't going to see that. Right after the Trump election, or after the election in 2016, when Trump won, there were a lot of people, I think on both sides, but primarily on the sort of progressive side, who were confused. What happened? How did he win? And wanted to understand, and so went to social media and started searching for conservative leaning things to try to get an understanding, and said that their whole page changed, their whole homepage changed. Everything they saw in their feed changed because the algorithm isn't built to give us everything or give us a little bit of all sides. It's built to sort of hyper give us what we want. And so they didn't want one thing or another. They wanted all of it. But when they started looking into the other side, their whole thing changed and they didn't see anything from the side, from the progressive side. And so it was instructive in that it helped them see a window into that, but that wasn't what they wanted. They wanted everything, and the algorithm just wasn't designed for that. So so that's an example. I think that's an example of how you can really see the difference. When it comes to Twitter or X, you have someone who owns that, who has a stated preference, and not only a stated preference for one candidate, Donald Trump, but is also putting money into that campaign, campaigning, appearing at rallies. And so it begs the question, how do we deal with that when you have someone who owns a social media platform, who's stated a preference for one side and has control of how algorithms work? That person can definitely exert influence if they so choose. And so, many have said that they've seen, content on social media, on Twitter in particular, that is positive to the conservative side, and not much that is positive on the progressive side. So you can see, you can deduce that he's exerting some influence there.
And what do you think are some ways, especially students, well, not just students, but for anyone to kind of differentiate, between what is real, what is not?
Yeah, that is so important and getting more difficult as fake videos and audio become more polished. It becomes more and more difficult. And at the same time, our brains are designed to really see, believe what we see, right? Our brains are designed to believe it. So if we see a video that may be fake, but it's really good and well produced, or very smooth, then it's going to be difficult. Even if we know it's not true, it's going to be difficult for our subconscious to recognize it as not true. So there's, AI content, and I don't know if you remember, I was teaching a class at SRJC that you were in, and we had AI write a story on the journalism program director, Ann Belden, and it wrote it. And then a couple of people in the room said, "Oh, wait, some of this doesn't feel right." So I asked you all to ask AI if it made any of it up, and you did. And it happily, well, not happily, but it was like, "Yes, I did. I made it up. I filled in the blanks." And so, that can occur. And unless you're really aware already, or, versed on the issue, then it will be difficult to tell. And so what do we do? Is those media literacy tricks, lateral reading. If you see something, don't just take it at face value. Go and look around the internet to see if it's out there being covered across the spectrum, or if this is the only place you're seeing it, or if it's being amplified by the same type of platforms, in which case maybe there is sort of a concerted effort to amplify this piece of content, or can you find it outside of that ecosystem? So it's all of this. It's media literacy, basically, basic media literacy, and also reading across the spectrum. I read and watch and listen across the political spectrum, across just so that I'm aware of what's going on. But I do try to choose reputable sources across that ecosystem and stay away from sources that are questionable. So that's another important thing to do.
In terms of media literacy,
Yeah.
how important do you think, teaching that to, just teaching it in general?
I think it's huge. I think we should be teaching media literacy at every level of education every year. I would love to see it start in kindergarten, and to teach it at whatever grade level appropriateness we can, so that we've got the tools and the skills to be able to navigate this really complex and changing and powerful media ecosystem. Media literacy is everything to me. So I do hope we infuse it more throughout our education system at every level.
And why do you think we haven't seen that yet?
I mean, I think it's because we haven't seen a lot of things. I don't think there's anything nefarious going on. I think, math is important, reading is important, social studies is important. Those things are important. And I think there's a lot of demands on, let's talk K through 12 teachers. There's a lot of demands on teachers to try to cover everything. And I think in that context, people are like, oh, where am I going to find time for this? How are we going to fit this in? Or how do we do this? And, I think just with the fire hose of stuff teachers have to deal with or administrations of districts have to deal with. I think some teachers are doing it. Some districts have given some guidance, but I just think it's difficult because of how much there is to deal with already.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's change topics.
Sure.
So with figures like Elon Musk and Oprah Winfrey having openly endorsed certain candidates, how do journalists cover endorsements without eclipsing policy discussion?
Oh, yes. So yes, the endorsements discussion. So first of all, endorsements are coming from editorial boards inside, at a news outlet or publication. The editorial board is separate from the newsroom that is covering stories day to day. And an editorial board is designed to editorialize on issues and topics. It's designed to look into things and to provide a journalistic perspective on the big issues of the day. And so an editorial board has a, stated, explicit, intentional goal of doing that, but in a journalistic context. So the editorial board is not the newsroom. The editorial board is not the reporters covering what's going on. The editorial board is a specific and separate thing. And it is also separate from, or should be separate from the people who own the paper, the business side of the paper. Anything that's related to news should be separate. There should be a wall between those two things so that the journalistic product is sound. So what we saw recently with the LA Times and the Washington Post cutting the owners of those papers, stopping endorsements that had already been decided and already been slated for publication, that's different. That's actually in getting involved with the news product, the business side influencing news product, which is not appropriate. If indeed the newspaper had a philosophical discussion about whether or not it should be, say, endorsing candidates or propositions, and that discussion begins outside of election season, and the newspaper and the editorial board comes to the conclusion that endorsing is not appropriate, then that is a different thing than the editorial board doing the work of figuring out whom to endorse or what to endorse, slating that, and having the owner step in and saying, actually, no, I don't want that. So I think that's, that is the issue in this case, is that the business side got involved with the editorial side, which is extremely inappropriate.
Do you think it's scary that one person can wield much power to just stop an endorsement from happening?
Yeah, I think, well, scary. I mean, sure.
Right.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. It is scary. I mean, it is scary. I think it would be scarier if we didn't know.
Yeah.
I'm glad. What I love, because I had someone ask me recently, oh, well, does that mean good journalism is dead? And I would say, actually, it's the opposite. We know what happened. There are outlets covering it. People canceled their subscriptions because they are using their voices and their independence to make decisions about if a newspaper is going to make this kind of decision, or if a business owner is going to make this kind of decision, that is not where we want to be. We're going to go find news that doesn't have that issue, or that has that issue less. So to me, even though it's horrible and I'm really upset that it happened, I think the silver lining here is that we know about it. And the silver lining here is that we're covering it and we're talking about it, and people are taking action based on how inappropriate it was. And so to me, that heartens me that journalism is still alive and doing well. And this is part of journalism, right? Is sometimes you have to cover hard things. And just to connect it to, who knows what's going to happen here in the United States, but there are countries around the world who deal with antagonistic leaders, antagonistic corporate entities, whether it's authoritarianism, fascism, or any sort of less than democratic situation. And they have found ways to cover the news and do great work and do the hard and important work of informing their publics. And so I do have great hope for our journalism. And anyways, to get back to the beginning of what I said, it's because we know.
Right.
Yeah.
Keeping that, accountability and acknowledging the issue.
Yeah.
How has the media kind of evolved over time? I don't know if you can remember maybe the first time you voted, or just can you talk about that?
Sure. Actually, sure. The first time I voted was 92 Clinton Bush. And I've worked on Clinton's campaign because that was the only time I ever worked on a campaign, because then I became a journalist and that I didn't want to go into that world. I wanted to go into journalism, but I was young and still in college. And I remember just how much hope there was and how much conversation. I remember I was working an event and these I think they were Hell's Angels. They came up and they surrounded my table, but not in a bad way. I mean, they were at the event. It was an outdoor festival, but they were all sort of around me, and they came up and they were passionate but really friendly, and we had a great time discussing and debating and disagreeing. And then they went and they bought me a soda. It was really great. We totally disagreed, but we were able to talk about it. We were able to listen to each other, and they liked talking with me so much they went and got me something to drink. So it was lovely. And I'm not quite sure. I hope that still happens, but I don't know if that kind of thing happens anymore, because we've come to this point where in a lot of ways people are like, oh, well, if you don't believe what I believe, then you must be somehow evil or not a good person or whatever, which isn't true at all. We all, in fact, if we actually got outside the issues and got to the core, we would probably agree on a lot of things. And unfortunately, we've lost sight of that. We are working at the level of disagreement. So I remember that is one thing. The other thing I think that's still the same is the parties have a lot of control over everything. So I was specifically working on the Clinton campaign, but I remember the people who were running the entire campaign wanted me to work on all the other Democratic candidates. And I was like, oh, well, I'm not here for that. I'm just here for this one thing. And I remember there was an expectation that I wasn't just working for a candidate, I was working for the party. And so I think at some point I eventually stepped away and I think that's still true. I think the parties, Republican and Democrat, have a lot of power over the process, exert a lot of control over the process. I wish that wasn't the case, but that is how our system works at this point.
So let's talk about, voter fraud.
Okay.
So claims of voter fraud and lawfare have become increasingly, prominent in certain political circles. How can the media and reporters build back voters' trust in the electoral process and, address some of these false claims?
Yeah, that's a great question. Everything we've seen, as far as claims of voter fraud, there were dozens of court cases looking into the evidence, and none of them went very far at all because there was really no evidence of significant voter fraud. So first of all, starting there, there are a lot of people who just don't believe that that's true. They believe there's voter fraud and worry about this. And so I think stories about how the process works, going inside, really being transparent are one way to try to counter that. I think it's difficult if someone gets an idea in their head and they're only willing to entertain that idea, it becomes difficult to counter it. But for people who are wondering and concerned, I think stories about transparency. How does a lay elections process work? Let's go inside. Let's take a look. So as transparent as possible, as much information as possible to help people understand, and also engaging people in the process. There's someone I know who works the polls every year, works the elections and loves doing it. And this person a few years back said to me, this person's of a different political ilk to me, and brought up something about, oh, I'm concerned about voter fraud. And I said, but you work the election, you work the polls. How can you be concerned? Oh, well, I don't know, but I'm wondering. And so I said, well, is there a way to volunteer to count the votes or to be part of that process? Because maybe then you would see how your county does that. And so I think if people are willing to do the work and volunteer, is to encourage people to do that so that they can see what the process is. But to me, transparency, shining a light, that's one way. It's not going to solve everything. But all the facts and figures in the world aren't going to solve anything if people have a strict belief about something. But we can do the best we can as journalists to shine lights on things and be transparent, be open.
It's really important.
Yeah.
So again, just to build back that trust, especially in this, age of technology where there's a lot of, fake news out there.
Right.
And we already touched on it. We spoke a bit about it, but, with AI deepfakes becoming really sophisticated, the technology is advancing. Where do you think this is heading? 10 years from now, where do you think we'll be at?
God, who knows? It will either be Terminator level destruction or a really hopefully efficient way of navigating and managing the stuff we do. I think AI is an amazing tool if we can treat it like a tool. And if we remember that we are the ones that need to be making the ultimate decisions about things, and we should use AI to support the work that we're doing. I don't know where we're going to be in 10 years. I don't know where we're going to be in 6 months with AI, but I think, the positives about what it can do for us if we are using it as a tool are amazing. The negatives, if we, concede too much power and, could be detrimental or harmful. So I just kind of think it all depends on how intentional we are about implementing it.
And you said AI is a tool. It can be used for good. Have you seen any examples of that?
Actually, yeah. So I'll talk about an example that is definitely negative, but also has positives. So AI news anchors, for example, like there's now a company who's providing news anchors that are completely artificial intelligence. They're not real people at all. They look real. They're reporting the news with the same cadence as a real person, but they are AI generated. And that to me, when I first heard about it, and I still am not happy about that, but I mean, I'm like, oh my God, that is crazy. That is terrible. And then, and so I thought, and part of the reason is are they generating information as well? How do you need that human there to assess the information that's coming to them and coming through them and to the people who are listening. So I was and am concerned about that development, but I learned of a way that technology is used for good. And that is in Venezuela, for example, there are journalists who are actively being, threatened and pursued and harmed. And those journalists, some of them are using AI generated anchors to deliver the news to the public. And they are writing the news and they are even voicing the news, but then it goes into this AI process and it's protecting their identities and it's protecting them from being harmed, killed, arrested. And so that was profound to me that, again, this AI anchor can be used as a tool for safety and protection. And so I thought that was amazing. And so that's why, what we create is what we create. It's neutral. It's how we use it that determines the good or bad of it, right?
Exactly. So, for example, the Harris, Wallets campaign, they're using, social media platforms such as, TikTok, and a lot of their videos have gone, viral. What is your take on, saying Gen Z really using this platform to, advocate for the Democratic Party?
Oh, I think all of us, all of our generations are going to want to communicate in the ways we communicate, right? So for Gen Z, TikTok, it has been a mainstay of parasocial communication and connection to the wider world and to ideas and issues. Again, that algorithm exists. I don't know what TikTok's algorithm is and how it's feeding content to people and how it's potentially manipulating or nudging, right? I don't know that. But as far as people using the platform to express their views and grapple with issues and explore things together, I think that's amazing. I just think that's amazing. I hope people, I wish, again, back to the media literacy, I wish people and hope that people recognize what kind of content is what. This is talk show, this is opinion, this is news, this is analysis, this is entertainment. I wish people had a better sense of what content is, But I love the efforts to communicate with each other and the efforts to express. I think that's the greatest.
Like, do you think people tend to stick with, for example, just getting their news from, CNN, or just getting their news exclusively from Instagram, or, Fox News? How dangerous do you think that can be from just relying on, one news source?
Yeah, I think just relying on one, well, and then you talked about news sources and you talked about aggregators, right? Like CNN is a news source, Fox is a source of content as well. And those are sources that have talk shows and journalists and things like that. And so if I'm getting my news from CNN or Fox or MSNBC, I might be getting it from the journalist who's doing a top of the hour news update, or I might be getting it from the talk show host who has a stated and explicit bias, right? So there's, first of all, am I getting it from news? Am I getting it from talk show? And then you mentioned Instagram, and that's not a news source. That's an aggregator, right? That aggregates information and pulls it together and serves it to you. And so again, if I'm getting my news from an aggregator like Instagram, that I don't know who the sources are that one might be seeing, right? The sources I see on Instagram, the places I follow, are different than the places, say, you follow or the places someone else follows. So who is giving me my news inside of the aggregator that is Instagram? Maybe it is CNN and Fox and things like that. Maybe it's a random person who has ideas about things. Maybe it's a really seasoned journalist. I don't know. But what I would say is getting your information from one place, be it an aggregator or a news outlet or a infotainment outlet or whatever the case may be, one source is always a bit shaky for me. I would like people to get their news and information from multiple sources, and not just multiple sources, but multiple sources inside and outside their perspectives and beliefs so that they can have a better understanding of things. And so I really make an effort myself to look at information and news that comes from outlets that are not my sweet spot, outlets that I trust, but that I may disagree with, so that I can get a sense of how other people are approaching issues and thinking about things.
And how does, local journalism, come into play?
Yeah. Oh, I think local journalism is our foundation. It's so important. There are so many studies out there that show that without local journalism, we see increases in corruption, we see decreases in voting and civic participation. There's even a study that shows that without local news or without a robust local news, we see increases in pollution. It's unreal. It's so local news matters a great deal because those local journalists are shining a light on what's happening in their communities. They're holding power to account. They're covering the governments and entities that are making the decisions for the community. It's local news that feeds national news. All national news is local to some extent, right? A national story about a train derailment is local to some community that experienced the train derailment. A national story about a natural disaster, a fire in California, a hurricane in the Carolinas, that's local to the people who experienced it, right? So local journalism means a great deal to us and to our democracy. I think, of course, we've seen the legacy news outlets being bought up by corporations and private equity whose stated goal is to make money for shareholders. And so we've seen resources siphoned out of communities through our news outlets and given to shareholders and no reinvestment. So a lot of those legacy papers are now sort of struggling to really cover their communities. And that's sad, and that's really upsetting and a terrible loss. We've also started to see outlets, nonprofit outlets, sort of come up and try to fill in the void, such as Cal Matters in California, which is a nonprofit news outlet that is covering California issues across the state. Here in San Francisco, where I am, we've got San Francisco Public Press, we've got Mission Local, we've got these local news outlets. We've got the city side papers in Berkeley and Oakland who are covering out news. We've also got people in the community with means who are able to, say, purchase a local paper. So the Santa Rosa Press Democrat is owned by a local media group who cares about keeping it alive and keeping it robust. So we see those things as well. But local news means everything. So as the legacy papers get a bit compromised, I'm hoping we see more nonprofit news. I'm hoping we see more local efforts to support news outlets.
And then at what point, you said newspaper companies often get, bought out. Can you speak more about maybe paywalls and, that access to maybe articles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it costs a lot of money to produce news. It's a very resource heavy endeavor. You need people to cover the stories. You've got to pay them salaries. You need to be able to, you need to be able to support that. And so I'm not against paywalls. We used to pay for, we still do pay for newspapers. The rise of digital media and the sort of use of news content to draw eyes to that social media or to that digital media is really started getting people used to the idea that news must be free. When all this time, as digital media outlets have used news or listed news on their websites, they've never paid any money to the outlets that are creating that news, creating that content, and pushing that content out. And so that's created this that, oh, news should be free. And so granted, broadcast news was always, you pay your broadcast subscription and then you get to see your news. So I wish it could be free, and I do think access is important, but I also think we have to support the news product as to the extent that we can, So say an NPR model where you're getting news for free, but those who can support it do hopefully support it. And then it's the economic model is a challenge. I would love to see the federal government pass a journalism support type bill where maybe there are tax breaks, or maybe there is a BBC type approach where the government is providing overarching funds to news outlets. I don't know. I mean, I don't have a quick, easy answer to that, but the news does have to be paid for because it's resource intensive. I do want people to access it though. So if we can support it, we should. If we can't, I still want people to have the benefit of getting the information.
Why do you think people, often mistrust certain, publications?
I think it's a gamut of reasons. I think people in our current context, I think people have their perspectives on issues, and if the news outlet isn't covering it the way they think it should be covered, rather than accepting that maybe it's different, people push back and distrust. I think if a news outlet makes a mistake, which we all make mistakes, by the way, if a news outlet makes a mistake, people take that as, oh, they must not be trustworthy, when in reality, we make mistakes. The news outlet's way of being journalistic about that is to issue a correction and to be transparent about the fact that it made a mistake. So if you're looking at information and there is a mechanism for correcting itself, that's good. That's good because no one is perfect. If there's an outlet out there putting information out and not correcting itself or being misleading, then that's not so good. But yeah, I think there's a lot of reasons people mistrust. I think they're told to mistrust at this point. I think we've settled into our filter bubbles and echo chambers, and information that doesn't fit that is seen as suspect. I think the news world may have made some missteps as far as how it presents things, which are to me aren't terrible, but people maybe put people off. I don't know all the reasons, but certainly we are in a place where distrust exists in a larger way.
Well, thank you so much, Gina. Is there anything else that you'd like to say? Or anything I didn't really ask you?
Sure. I guess I'll end with the idea of news and objectivity, and people were never meant to be objective. The journalistic process is the objective part. Are we putting information through a process and making sure that it's informative and journalistic and helps the public understand things better. And so what I would say is, as we have moved into this really contentious space, and there are people who disagree, I think we have to accept that journalism is doing its best to do the things it's supposed to do, which is hold power to account, inform the public, shine light on information, and be that watchdog, be that fourth estate. Those are not neutral or objective statements. Those are statements where a journalist is explicitly meant to be the voice of the people. And that may mean it's difficult to justify covering both sides with equitable, like you mentioned at the beginning, the ideas of one side said this thing and the other side continues to say this thing. It's like you have to weigh that misinformation, or you have to weigh those statements for how much they impact the public and cover it accordingly. And that may feel biased to someone, but it's important for a journalist to take a journalistic process and hold power to account. And that may not be what people have come to expect as objective. So I hope that that you all as young journalists really do the work of holding power to account, informing the public. And I hope everybody votes, get out there and cast your ballot, because it's a very special responsibility and privilege that we do have. That's all.
Well, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to, meet with us and sit down with me to talk about, the media and the influence that it has on, election cycles.
Absolutely. It was lovely to talk with you, Brian. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. All right. I'm Brian Fructuoso. Back to you, Sal.
here in the studio by my co-host, Oliver Kent. Welcome back, Oliver. He's going to be providing us with breaking news updates that have occurred since you were last with us. Oliver, it's glad to have you back.
Thank you, Sal. Jumping right back into it, as of 4:46 p.m., with 24% of precincts reporting, Republican Andy Barr won re-election of the Kentucky House of Representatives with a 63.6% of the vote, according to 270towin.com.
Glad to see that Mr. Barr got reelected. As an incumbent, he did have an advantage when it came to that election. Hope he's able to serve his constituents well, and obviously he did pretty well last time to have gotten reelected.
As of 4:50 p.m., Ohio, New Hampshire, Virginia, North and South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida ballots are currently being counted, according to ABC News. As of 4:53 p.m. In Vermont, Phil Scott, Republican, is projected to win re-election for governor, according to MSNBC. As of 4:55 p.m., an estimated 9% of Virginia precincts are reporting that Harris is taking 66% of the vote, according to 270towin.com. As of 4:58 p.m., with 3% of West Virginia votes tallied, Senate candidate Jim Justice, Republican, is projected to win the seat, which previously belonged to Joe Manchin, an independent, according to 270towin.com. As of 5:02 p.m., a judge told a polling station in Pennsylvania to stop testing its fire alarm on Election Day, according to AP News. As of 5:04 p.m., citizenship is now required to vote in Kentucky due to the passing of a ballot measure that adds a constitutional amendment preventing non-citizens from voting in both state and federal elections, according to MSNBC. As of 5:07 p.m., with 11% of precincts reporting, Harris leads in Ohio with 55.8% of the vote, according to 270towin.com. As of 5:13 p.m., of the 177 polling places in Georgia's Fulton County, 32 received bomb threats today, according to AP News. As of 5:16 p.m., with 20% of precincts reporting, Kamala Harris leads in Ohio with 56.9% of the vote, according to 270towin. As of 5:17 p.m., polls have closed in Texas, according to ABC News. As of 5:18 p.m., Kamala Harris is the projected winner for Maryland, according to MSNBC. As of 5:19 p.m., Kamala Harris is the projected winner for Washington, D.C., according to MSNBC. As of 5:20 p.m., 2 election workers in southern Missouri died in a flash flood when their cars were swept away, according to AP News. As of 5:21 p.m., with 26% of precincts reporting, Harris leads in Ohio with 54.3% of the vote, according to 270towin. As of 5:22 p.m., Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren wins re-election for Senate, according to MSNBC. As of 5:23 p.m., Harris is the projected winner for Massachusetts, according to MSNBC. As of 5:24 p.m., Tennessee is called the state for Trump, according to ABC News. As of 5:25 p.m., with 2% of precincts reporting, sources are calling Massachusetts for Kamala Harris with 73.3% of the vote, according to 270towin. There's a lot to unpack there.
I know, a lot of updates coming in regarding the election. We have updated our map since then. As you can see, Trump is currently leading in the Electoral College votes at 111 votes to Kamala Harris's 31. There's still a lot of states to be called. As Oliver did mention earlier, quite a few states have already received or have closed their polling stations. So we should be getting in those results relatively soon. And hopefully we could see this map change to somewhat align with the editorial board's prediction. And hopefully they might be right. Who knows? They might still be psychic as of yet. The cards haven't fully lied yet.
Jumping right back into it, as of 5:26 p.m., Trump is the projected winner in Alaska, according to ABC News and 538.
Interesting fact about Alaska. While notoriously they always vote red, they are a relatively liberal state, having enshrined abortion rights within their constitution some time ago. The state also has quite a few gun regulations, and takes multiple liberal sides that many wouldn't expect, but sadly to say, that does not contradict their streak of voting Republican, which to some extent shows sort of how nuanced a lot of these states might be, where one might consider them to sort of just completely align with sort of a party side. There's much more fragmented opinions regarding how people vote. Back to you, Oliver, for continued news.
As of 5:29 p.m., Harris is currently winning Pennsylvania with 68.4% of the votes to Trump's 30.8%. 6% of votes are in for the state, according to 270 to win. As of 5:49 p.m., Harris is projected to win New Jersey, according to The Guardian.
And with that, that wraps up the breaking news. Once again, just as a reminder to everyone watching to be safe. As you can tell from some of the news that was reported, there seems to have been a couple of accidents, a couple of scares as well. And stay tuned. We're going to throw it off to some quick commercial breaks, and we'll be back with more breaking news for you shortly.
I'm Brian Antonsen, and I teach in the digital filmmaking program in the communications department at SRJC. In the classroom, we have a RED camera, we have a C300 camera, we have a robotic jib, we have a variety of dollies, we have sound gear that students can check out, DSLR kits. All of this really gives the students an opportunity to see what production is really like by putting it right in their hands. And most people learn best by doing.
Brian is a wonderful teacher. He encourages you, and he loves making movies, and he loves being around the process.
I loved being a part of the digital filmmaking program. It was so awesome to work with real professionals in the industry.
Over the years, I've seen students become really good friends working on a variety of creative projects, from short films, documentaries. They work on scripts together. They're really supportive, and that's really the name of the game when it comes to a film school.
The JC's media program is really just getting students ready for the workload that modern freelance or high-level production studios actually work at, and being able to take those skills and apply it to a day-to-day job is invaluable.
The way most of our classes are designed the content is student generated. So students make their own scripts, they work in teams, it's very collaborative, and they check gear out from the program and make their film. It's a really exciting opportunity for students to make a piece of media from beginning to the end.
The professors have such extensive knowledge and experience that really gave me a solid foundation for my future in digital filmmaking careers.
My favorite part about this department is the ability to network with all the different students who are also passionate about filmmaking, and also working with the equipment, which is really cool, and having the ability to make your very first short film through this department. Media 20 is a really, really great experience for students, for filmmakers, if you want to be a writer or director, or cinematographer or editor or sound or any of that. You don't focus on acting when you're in these classes. You focus on the behind the scenes and being a crew member.
I really thought the facilities were nice, and the film program was really comprehensive. I'm getting my associates now for digital filmmaking, and I've really enjoyed my time at SRJC, and I think it was a great learning experience.
To get more information about digital film program, go to SRJC's website, and in the search bar, type in digital filmmaking.
welcome back. We have more breaking news for you. But before I throw it over to Oliver, I'd also like to let you all know that I'm also being joined at the desk by fellow commentator Hannah Seals. Our cast is ever increasing. Welcome, Hannah.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. You've been helping out back in
Yes.
backstage at the VFX.
Yes.
But now you're officially on camera. You can't hide from it much longer, can you?
Yes, and shout out to everybody working out back. Actually, we have a big team.
We couldn't have done this without a lot of assistance, and they're helping us in every facet known to man. But now, back to Oliver for more breaking news.
All right, jumping right back into the news. As of 5:52 p.m., Harris is projected to win Illinois with 8.9% of the state's vote, according to the Washington Post. As of 5:55 p.m., Trump is projected to win Arkansas, according to MSNBC.
Not too surprising, in my opinion, regarding the Harris take of Illinois. It's the Rust Belt. Governor Walz's reputation is far-reaching, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
I think that we're about to see a lot of sort of the Great Lakes area fall in.
Yes, we might see a blue wave. We need to see a blue wave.
At the current moment, it's shaping up to be a Trump presidency.
Right now, but like you said, Rust Belt, we got a lot of red in there, and not to be unexpected, swing states look good as
Absolutely.
of now.
As of now, we're going to keep our fingers crossed. The editorial board still has yet to prove their magic regarding sort of their predictions, and I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think any of us could have predicted Illinois.
See, I wasn't too invested in the stake of, I didn't have a huge opinion on Illinois. May have been an oversight, but not too surprising for me.
That's fair. Just looking at the map now, looking at Illinois, it's sort of matching Pennsylvania in terms of weight of electoral college votes. Yeah. I think that might have been an oversight on people sort of trying to guess the election. If Harris can take it boost her up to 40 electoral college votes at the moment.
Yes.
And that blue wave could make things a very narrow call.
Well, yeah, it wouldn't make Pennsylvania that big of a battleground state if you look at where we are with both having 19 electoral
That is
votes.
fair. I do still, and this is in my heart, I do believe that Pennsylvania will go blue this election. Not super popular opinion. I believe the last polling that came out of there was sort of a pretty close 50-50.
Yeah, no, it's pretty even for me, in my opinion. That's what I've seen is a pretty even call. I think it's down to the people. I think there have been a few hurdles that could have stopped Trump's domination of the state. But right now, I honestly don't know what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. I think ultimately it will go red.
Interesting. I'm going to have to disagree. But enough about Harris. Trump projected to take Arkansas. Surprising. Hard to say. A betting man would have probably made money off this. But that's I feel like that's the issue with sort of every election. The red wave that occurs with all those southern states, the Midwestern states, it sort of drags on the length of the election in terms of calling.
I mean, every time it shakes us up. I mean, the red wave comes and it looks like it's going to dominate the entire country, but always comes out pretty even.
Beneficial on the Republican side. A lot of their states get called pretty early, and then you see that sort of tail end, that West Coast, talking Washington, Oregon, Colorado, California. Last election cycle? No, in 2016. Arizona?
Arizona was blue in 2016.
Exactly. It's just all that comes later on. So for those rooting for Harris, hope's not lost yet. For those rooting for Trump, I think right now they're maybe prematurely celebrating.
I was about to say, I mean, the Trump party, they must be feeling pretty good, but,
Confidence booster all around for Republicans. Oliver, what else do you have for us?
As of 5:59 p.m., 37% of Ohio precincts project Harris will win with 50.5% of the state's vote.
Interesting. That's Vance's state. I wouldn't have expected it.
Really?
A blue shift? Hillbilly Elegy was a best-selling novel. I mean,
oh my God, my dad read it in whole.
Yeah. I only watched the movie.
I heard the books better.
We're getting off topic. Back to Oliver.
Yes.
As of 6:03 p.m., with 37% of precincts reporting, Kamala Harris leads in Ohio with 50.5% of the vote, according to 270 to Win. with 31% of precincts reporting Trump is projected to win Oklahoma with 65% of the vote, according to 270 to win.
Interesting. Oklahoma. You know what? That one's just another easy bet. I mean, it makes the most sense. They're not super shocking. I feel like that's the issue when it comes to reporting these sort of early calls regarding the Republican Party. None of it takes me back. None of it,
No.
None of it surprises me.
Well, because imagine Oklahoma was blue, then...
No, that'd be news.
Ooh.
That'd be breaking news.
Yeah, no, I could not imagine them calling Oklahoma a blue state. So, overall, not surprising, but I think there's still a lot of room for surprises.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like the Ohio pool for that was just wild. Thinking if possible, I don't want to call it too early, knock on wood. I don't know if this is wood. But if we're able to somehow get an Indiana and an Ohio, I think it would just be sort of an amazing grand push for Harris. Absolutely.
Well, yeah, and I wouldn't say Ohio was entirely expected. I definitely did not expect it. But not super surprised by it either. It's a close election. We knew it was going to be close, and we have to prep and brace for what could be close.
And I think that when it comes to certain of these like surprises that happen in between, we're still talking about very small margins.
Yes.
So it could be that Vance ultimately does pull through in the end with his home state, but who knows? Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, small margins. I'm very hesitant to call anything.
Absolutely.
Or place my bet on anything. I mean, there are a few states I don't mind placing my bet on. I know California will be blue.
Yeah. I feel like we'd have an interesting one if California turned out not to be blue. Similarly, I will say that I will get my entire perspective changed regarding the election if it turns out that by some odd means Ohio turns blue. That one will thoroughly shock me. Oliver, back to you. What else do you have for us?
With 4% of precincts reporting, Kamala Harris is projected to win Massachusetts with a 68.3% of the vote, according to 270 to win. I've got an update. With 44% of precincts reporting, Donald Trump leads in Ohio with 51.4% of the vote, also according to 270 to win. As of 6:08 p.m., Trump is polling ahead in North Carolina with 54.2%, with 26% of the state's votes reported, according to 270 to win. Trump is leading in Ohio with 52.4% of the vote, with 47% of the state's precincts reporting, according to 270 to win.
And there you have it. You see, we did pull it a little bit too early. We're not bringing you exactly live, but it's live enough. And I think we were proving that we would have lost some money on that bet.
You would have.
I would have. That's fair. I don't know why
I'm in the
doing
clear.
This.
Yeah. I would have always thought, I don't know why, but to me, in my brain, that's a given that Ohio would go red.
No, absolutely.
So, I would have hedged my bets correctly.
That's fair. North Carolina falling in line with South Carolina. I love to see Carolina unity. The Kakalakis stand united. What else do you have for us, Oliver?
As of 6:12 p.m., this is an update as well, the total elector count for Trump is 154 and Harris is 27, according to 538. But according to 270 to win, the total elector count for Trump is 194 and Harris is 95, according to 270 to win. The average for Trump is 174 and Harris is 61.
Numbers coming in scary.
Scary early.
Very early still, but still scary. It looks like this might be a pretty set in stone Trump victory, but who knows?
I mean, if I had to predict.
If you had to predict?
I'd say Donald Trump is going to take the win here.
I like being surprised, and I like being proven wrong. I think that it's showing that Trump is currently in line to win. And I do think that he has good odds right now. But I'd be happy to see a surprise turn. Everyone loves an underdog story, and everyone loves seeing something thrown around. We're going to update our map, and we'll be right back with more. welcome back. We come back to you with an updated board, and Oliver will guide us through it with more breaking news and updates regarding the 2024 presidential election. To you, Oliver.
Thank you, Sal. As of 6:23 p.m., Illinois called for Harris, with 61% of voters in favor of Harris and 38% in favor of Trump, according to ABC News. As well, Nebraska called for Harris, with 55% of voters in favor of Harris and 43% for Trump. Polls have now closed in Nebraska, according to ABC.
An interesting turn of events, particularly Illinois. Did not see that one, but that was a good chunk of voters that she needed, closing that gap.
Well, and as I've been looking at the maps, Illinois has been blue, which isn't surprising to me. So maybe that's why I haven't been exploring other options too much. I've been sticking pretty close to what I look at.
That's fair, and I think that with this good chunk, we're seeing that gap slowly close. We were referencing this earlier, where the Republicans had this lead early on when it comes to the election cycle, with a lot of red states being called in succession, and then slowly trickle in these blue states, and these just large numbers, high population, worth a lot of votes, and that's where we see this. Originally, when we last left off, before we updated our board, Trump was sitting at around 111, Harris at 31, not looking good. Now we're seeing that she's just down by around half, or it looks like exactly half, and everything's shaping up to me.
Well, and I mean, right now Trump has Texas. California is, even though it is blue, California is not officially blue yet. You can't count those 54.
No, we're not counting California.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, when you have a state like Texas, that's a big chunk to have ahead of somebody else. So that also presents and looks like a threat. Like, it looks scary. But like you said, it'll gradually turn more blue.
Mm-hmm. And I think that, I mean, as you mentioned with Texas, I don't think I could have ever seen Texas turning red. But it's more interesting as this develops, we start seeing the race narrow in and in and in. I know that the Oak Leaf Editorial Board did predict that this would be a narrow election, with Harris barely winning by just one electoral college vote. And if Harris can keep the momentum that she's gaining, I can see that being a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, she has to pull off a lot, in my opinion. I think she'd have to pull off Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania.
But those, the states still aren't in, and we have to wait for more breaking news, more live updates with Oliver Kent. Speaking of which, what else do you have for us, Oliver?
We have an update coming in as of 6:25 p.m. with 52% of precincts reporting Trump is projected to win Ohio with 53.5% of the vote, according to 270 to win. As well, with 23% of precincts reporting Trump is the projected winner of Louisiana with 71.3% of the vote, also according to 270 to win.
Yeah, neither of those numbers shock me.
Louisiana, I could have seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I expected that. I mean, I think everybody expected that.
The people of Louisiana love gumbo and Trump, apparently.
And Trump.
Those 8 electoral college votes going to Trump. Ohio still shaping up. I mean, part of me still, maybe fingers crossed, it could turn. Most likely not. I'm aware that I'm being delusional.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm a little delulu. But yeah. I think we have a pretty solid chance. Maybe, sort of, kind of.
Yeah. Is there any states that aren't filled in right now that you would for sure say would either go red or blue, besides California, of course?
For sure.
Yes.
Here, if you wouldn't mind, let's code over to Oliver at the big board. Maybe you can help guide us through this. Because I'm thinking that Colorado, obviously, it might shape up to turn blue, absolutely.
Yes.
Following track records. And then we have the entire Pacific Northwest.
Absolutely.
I mean, I know votes aren't in, I know polls aren't closed yet for there, but I'm imagining even if we expand upon Colorado, we might see some of the districts, some of the precincts turning blue. I think that a lot of the surefire blue states have yet to be called exactly.
Absolutely.
Not only that, but we're still missing Maine, most likely. I can see it. Hopefully.
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island exists there too.
Yeah.
Now I'm still holding out for Georgia, which I know. It's once again, this is me being delulu, but I know that the Democratic Party of Georgia is strong.
Yeah.
They know how to canvass. They know how to rally their supporters to go out there and vote. And I think that is the push that could maybe. It worked previously.
Yeah.
It worked for smaller elections. Obviously, we're not talking about the size of presidential, but it's worked on a smaller level. It could work this time. They learned, they improved, they keep going.
I mean, boots on the ground helps a lot. It could change a lot, shake up things. So,
absolutely.
I think Mississippi is a guaranteed red.
Oh,
mine.
You think Mississippi?
My bet's there, yeah. New Mexico. Your opinion on New Mexico?
New Mexico. It goes from blue, but I know it has a history of red. Not too much experience myself with New Mexico, but you know what? I think it might be red, only because with the current stance of the current popularity that immigration is in terms of the political debate of the political hemisphere right now. I think that these kinds of topics push the border states to lean red. It's a push towards conservatism, since they seem to be the party that will provide a stronger push for it. But who knows? We still have more breaking news updates. Maybe something could have changed. What do you have for us, Oliver?
As of 6:26 p.m., Nebraska has called the race for Harris, with 55% of voters in favor of Harris and 43% in favor of Trump. Polls have now closed in Nebraska, according to ABC News. As of 6:29 p.m., with 4% of precincts reporting Donald Trump is projected to win North Dakota with 75.8% of the vote, according to 270 to Win.
Nebraska's an interesting one.
Yes. Well, I thought it would go red.
You thought it would go red?
Yeah. I knew that state had a lot to shake up, so there was a lot of room there. But, it's 5 votes in the college, which is fine.
But regarding, Nebraska, those district votes, those onesie-twosies, which many people wouldn't think that it would count as much, they can shape elections.
Yeah, see, I don't know if I'm the only one. I was a little confused about that when this came around, so I had to study up on those a little bit. I was a little confused, not
There's
gonna
always
lie.
a surefire at least one blue.
Yes, that is what I saw.
I think we're going to see 2.
Yeah, and that would make it 3-2, so... Not too big of a shift there, but when you get down to it, points can
definitely matter. 1 or 2 votes can decide who kind of runs this country for the next 4 years. North Dakota, I think, is a given.
Yes, yeah, I would say North Dakota and South Dakota, which, I think those go hand in hand. I know predictions are often what we do look to, but when we're only 4% in, there is a lot of wiggle room left. We saw it with Ohio. It's really a thin line right there.
No, absolutely. And if I'm not mistaken, it's 4% of precincts in North Dakota, correct?
I believe so, yes.
In that regards, I think that's the majority of people who live in North Dakota. I think all 20 of them are about to go out and vote right now, which is why it doesn't surprise me. I imagine they're all relatively friendly. If one of them is going Trump, the other 8 political ones are probably going to align with him.
Yeah.
So far, not too many big surprises. I'm excited, though, for Georgia. What else do you have for us, Oliver?
As of 6:31 p.m., AP News calls Texas for Trump with 54.2% to 44.7%, with 64% reported. As of 6:32 p.m., Trump is pulling ahead in Georgia with 52.7% to Harris's 46.7% and 69% reported, per 270 to Win.
Oof. There you go.
69%. That's barely a passing grade.
At least you called yourself delusional. I didn't have to.
It's barely a passing grade.
Yeah.
And I think that when more stuff gets taken into account, we might see it flip.
Absolutely. There is room.
There is room.
Yes.
Margin of error is still there. I am still amazed that Texas went to Trump. Those cowpokes, I don't know what they're doing.
How? I do not know a world in which you thought Texas wouldn't go red.
Oh, you think Texas would have gone red from the beginning?
Absolutely.
I think you're the delusional one.
No, absolutely
with their
not.
massive history of voting blue and their deep love sponsored by their governor for liberal values. I think that this was I think they were a surefire 40 extra electoral college votes for
Absolutely
Kamala
not.
Harris. No?
Absolutely not.
I don't think you and I get our news from the same sources.
Oh my God, we wouldn't even have had to predict anything. I mean, if she got Texas and California.
She was in line for Texas, absolutely. Their governor supports her. The people support her. I think Texas is a deeply blue state. Absolutely. My sources agree with me.
Are the sources in the room? Could we
in
cite
my
him?
head.
Uh-huh.
Going over
Yeah.
to a real source, Oliver Kent, for more updates.
As of 6:34 p.m., Rhode Island has been called for Harris, with 54% of voters in favor of Harris and 40% in favor of Trump. Polls are now closed in Rhode Island, according to 270 to Win. As of 6:36 p.m., the state of Pennsylvania has 26% of their vote in. Harris is leading with 55.4% of the vote, and Trump has 43.7% of the vote, according to 270 to Win.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, it's too early. That's
Yeah.
one that I do truly, out of everything out of my own personal research, I do think that it is going to flip blue. So I'd be too precarious to truly give a commitment to it now. I'm
Yeah.
not saying it will. It's way too early on. 26%, that's...
Very early. See, that's the X factor for me, honestly, Pennsylvania. Which, I don't know. I'm still thinking it's going to be red. Georgia's interesting, too. I think Pennsylvania and Georgia are two that could really, really, really rock things up.
Absolutely. And Rhode Island, you know, not surprising.
Yeah.
The Family Guy state, it's...
But there was a splash of red in there. I mean,
there is a little splash of red.
Yeah.
As per, I think it's usual though. You know, I
Yes.
think sometimes we get
Yes.
confused and we think, you know, when we call a state one way or the other, we think it's sort of a unison. But in reality, it's very driven up. It's, you know, even within county lines, you're
Yeah.
talking about further division and even finer and finer points of note.
well, and obviously there are some states, but a lot of these states that are being called, it's not like landslides. We're not saying a large amount of landslides. It's a very, 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 very close race everywhere.
Margins.
Yep.
Narrow
So
margins. There's going to be a nail biter.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
What else you have for us, Kent?
As of 6:40 p.m., Michigan has 13% of the vote in, and of that, Harris has 53.5% of the vote, Trump with 44.7%, according to 270 to Win. As well, as of 6:41 p.m., Colorado has been called for Harris, with 52.5% of voters in for Trump and 42.5% of voters in favor of Trump. Polls are now closed in Colorado, according to 270 to Win.
Colorado's blue.
Colorado's blue, unsurprising. And I think that, you know, in general, you know, there's going to be another bump. We're going to see more of these like smaller shifts gaining Harris, slightly more and more and more of these like little bonuses, these points here and there that are going to overall make this election seem scarier in terms of who's gonna take over as we close it up.
Yep. I mean, we got a wild ride in store with a lot of the major swing states.
Wild
up in
ride
there.
indeed.
Yeah.
And right now in this nation, there might be people biting their nails and getting ready to scream out of anxiety. So as a little bit of a break, why don't we send you overseas to London to speak with, to see an interview done by our own Oliver Kent with Oakleaf London's branch advisor, Ann Belden. Originally was the U.S. advisor.
We miss you, Anne.
We do miss you deeply, Ann. And another interview that Oliver conducted with Oakleaf London branch editor-in-chief, Rosemary Cromwell. We'll send you there now, and when you finally get back from across the pond, we'll have more news for you.
Welcome. My name is Oliver Kent. I'm the co-editor-in-chief at the Oakleaf. I'm here with Ann Belden, the advisor at the Oakleaf, currently on a semester abroad in London. Ann, how are you doing today?
I am doing great. I am 8 hours ahead of you here, and it is already election day.
All right, getting right into it. What has been kind of, other than obviously the fact that it's different country, not SRJC, what has been the biggest difference you've noticed in running the newsroom in London versus in Santa Rosa?
Well, so in Santa Rosa, typically I have a semester of Journalism 1. Students take a course before or while they're taking the Oakleaf. So when we start in the fall, you know, half the students, or sometimes more than half, are veterans. They've been there for a year or more, and the others are either in Journalism 1 or have taken Journalism 1. And so this semester, I had brand new students. Only one had been at the Oak Leaf last year. So everyone else is brand new to journalism. And so the Oak Leaf is supposed to be just we're producing news, but I've had to kind of teach them how to write news. So it's been a little bit slower onboarding. And then the other thing that's very unusual is that one, we don't have a newsroom, we have a classroom. We have a classroom for 4 hours a week. And we try to make use of it, but so we don't have access to all of our equipment and all of that. But then students are, they're traveling. They're going to Paris on the weekend. They're going to Ireland. They're going to Spain. So and they have to commute on, for an hour each way on the tube to get to class. So I get them for a more limited amount of time, I would say. So, we're just a slower start, but we've got about 10 articles up and more coming. We've got 2 election stories. One went up yesterday, and another, I think, is going up in a minute. And then we've been doing interviews with study abroad students here and Londoners about their thoughts on the election.
You touched on it briefly, but specifically, what has it been like advising a newsroom of people that you're meeting for the first time, people that probably most of them, I would guess, are new to journalism, or at the very least, they're all new to the Oak Leaf, and kind of how that's
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to if I asked you to produce, a type of story you've never done journalism, you don't know the foundation skills. So I'm trying to teach the foundational skills as we work on them to produce content. So it's just there's a lot of challenges. Plus, they come from schools all over Northern California. I think there are 3 or 4 who are from Santa Rosa Junior College, but only one I've had before. So I don't have that. They don't know me. So with any class, you have to build that rapport, but they're coming in with totally different skill sets from different colleges, different experiences. And I'm trying to get them to kind of gel as staff, and in 4 hours a week in a shorter amount of time, and without our resources. So, but they're doing great. They're advancing. And I think our last month here, we're going to see a lot of really good content.
What have you found to be the main benefit, maybe one that you didn't expect from studying abroad, just for a student and then for an advisor such as yourself?
Well, I think that the study part is on the lighter side for these students.
Yeah.
I think what attracted them was coming to live in another country, living in a dorm. These are community college students with other students. Being able to drink in pubs, whether they're 18, 19, or 20. I think that was a big draw, and I think it remains a big draw. So I would say that they're light on the study part and heavy on the abroad part.
Yeah. Kind of pivoting a little bit towards the election, just what has it been like not being present? Like, obviously, you're still able to be aware of everything going on via social media, but what has it been like to not actually be here in the US while this is all going on?
Well, for me, I'm a news hound, so it's been both good and bad. Like I can much more easily check out of the whole experience and try not to think of all the potential outcomes.
Sure.
But also part of me really wants to be in Santa Rosa doing an election night tour with students and helping you guys with this coverage. So I know that a lot of students are feeling anxious, and they're kind of feeling anxious about being away at this momentous time. At the same time, it's kind of cool to be away and to look at things from a different perspective, because how the government is run, everything is so different here. One of the, for example, one of the stories that is probably going live any minute now is about the view of gun control and gun rights issues. And the students have talked to students here who, for the first time in their life, aren't worried about getting shot.
Yeah.
And there's a sense of safety. And granted, you could still be a victim of crime and there are stabbings and things like that, but very rare. And to grow up with, for shooter drills, a lot, mass shooter drills in your schools, and then you come to a place and you can just kind of relax about that. That, I think, has been really nice for students. And so they can view issues happening in our election, like, gun rights, gun ownership is always a big issue. And for the women here, abortion rights.
Yeah.
And they kind of view them from a different lens. Like, it's not, and neither of those are issues here. And so you get a different perspective. So I think that's been kind of unique and good for me as well as them.
Have you found it easier to, I guess, be a little less attached, like a little less dialed in? Like, I know for us here, this is more kind of in regards to our, local Sonoma County, but we drive for 5 minutes and we're bound to see a Measure J sign somewhere. So in that way, you're probably a little more disconnected. But have you kind of, found it a bit easier to be less?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no signs. There's a lot less coverage. I can't get any on the TV set I have, at least. I can't get any CNN, any US based news media. I can only get BBC. And they do talk about the election, but in different ways. So I have to make an effort to go online and read all the US based news. So I just think it's a little bit easier to check out of it.
Yeah.
And I know some students are saying that if the election goes one way or another, they might not want to come home.
Sure. Yeah. Kind of from the American perspective, this is probably like a case of a little bit of tunnel vision, but it's always felt like there's always been more of a kind of focus on American politics from the rest of the world. Like, everyone kind of dials in, whether it's just for the drama or whatever else. Have you found that to be the case with the people in the UK and kind of everywhere you guys have been traveling? Like, do people care?
Well, I think they do, but there's a lot of drama in the politics here.
Yeah.
I did not realize how much drama, and they've got scandals and they've got all kinds of stuff going on with with the British Parliament right now, and they get quite dramatic. We did a tour of the Parliament. I've sent students out to interview college students at Imperial College of London, to ask them this question, like, are you following the election? And, it was pretty much split 50-50. Some were tuned in and some were not. But I know in the news, there is more concern, especially for issues like Ukraine. Ukraine is a lot closer here than it is in the US. And I think they're worried about, if Trump becomes president, he might cut off funding for Ukraine. And what does that mean if Russia takes over Ukraine and doesn't stop there? I think there is worry about the global stage. The US has the largest economy in the world. And so who is in charge of kind of that economy is of great consequence across across the world. So I would say they are tuned in. I have now talked to people because I've done some traveling myself on the weekends, and I've talked to people in Ireland and around England, people who are Welsh, people who are French, and even Italians, because we had a mid-semester break and I was just in Italy. And a lot of them are just really shocked by all of the drama in our election. And especially, I'm just going to say it, a lot of them cannot believe that Trump has as much support as he does.
Sure. Yeah.
Given all of the controversies, the charges against him, January 6th, they're just like, kind of, what's wrong with America?
Sure. Yeah.
They're asking me for answers. And so that's been really interesting to navigate, people saying, what the heck is going on there?
Kind of on a more global issue, would you say, you mentioned Ukraine, would you say that the discourse surrounding like the Gaza conflict, is that fairly similar to how it is
Yeah.
here?
Yeah, I would say as well. Yeah, I mean, and young people here are very much engaged in that issue. In fact, we interviewed a bunch of Santa Rosa junior college students last night about their feelings on the election, and many of them mentioned Israel and Gaza and how that was a big issue in how they felt about candidates.
Yeah. All right, that's all we've got. I'm gonna go ahead and kick it on back over to Sal. So thank you very much, Anne.
Thank you. And
welcome. My name is Oliver Kent. I'm the co-editor-in-chief at the Oakleaf News. I'm here with Rosemary Cromwell, the first ever London bureau chief. Rosemary, how are we doing today?
Doing great. Yeah, excited to be here.
Perfect. Just got a couple questions for you about kind of life as the first ever London bureau chief. First off, other than, being in a different country, obviously, what's the biggest difference between the two newsrooms? So the SRJC newsroom and then the London newsroom?
Man, I miss the JC newsroom. I think we're finally starting to get a proper newsroom atmosphere. But back home, I was just kind of doing random stuff the entire class. I was working with a bunch of different people. I'd probably work with like 5 people a day on something on like completely different projects, and go do a podcast and go be in some meeting and you go do this. And so that kind of that pace, I guess, isn't really there. And the familiarity isn't there. We're blessed back at home to have a kitchen, and a lot of other really, yeah, right. We don't get any of that out here. So,
Yeah, what is like in terms of the literal like atmosphere, like what does
yeah,
the newsroom look like?
so we're in this building. It's split in half, kind of like subdivided. So the left half is us, and the right half is part of the Iraq embassy,
Okay.
Which is rad.
Yeah.
And then we got like there's a basement floor and then like 4 floors up, so we're all the way up. And they don't have the ADA over here, so no elevator. It's just stairs, and like bad stairs, like
right,
tight and like back and forth, like steep. So it's kind of a miserable hike up, and then you get into that room, and you can just immediately feel everybody's breath, probably. It's genuinely miserable because this entire nation, despite this fucking island, despite being so, sorry for cursing, so humid all the time, everything's damp always. Decided, you know what we're not going to do? Air conditioning.
Yeah.
Or like a dehumidifier somewhere, maybe? No, neither. So it gets really warm, especially being at like the top-ish of the building. There's no fan, there's no air conditioning, so it kind of cooks in the sun and gets really warm. So that's rough.
always
I don't know.
wondered.
Yeah.
I've always wondered why the English always seem to not be able to handle a heat wave. And that explains it.
Yeah, I really thought that they were all like kind of whining and faking
Mhm.
it. You see people on Twitter, it's much easier to make fun of somebody than to actually
Yep.
like think about it. It's not great.
Mhm.
They can definitely whine a little less about it, but no, there's been some 70-degree days and I think I'm gonna melt.
Sure.
Yeah.
What has the process been like, sort of, kind of each new Oakleaf semester back home? We have the advantage of, most of us know each other going into a
Mm.
semester. We have kind of that opportunity to build those bonds. What has it been like, especially for you as the chief, to kind of make that dynamic work with a whole new group of people who I assume none of you knew each other going into the semester.
Right.
So,
Yeah, it's I'm kind of on an island a little sometimes,
yeah.
not gonna lie. It's tough, especially because you're trying to get to know everybody the first few weeks. Um, we're all living together and then going to class and getting to know each other. So kind of balancing that like professional and social part of it is going kind of to the max
Sure.
on both ends, which is hard. Um, and especially we don't have a ton of class time. The Oakleaf back at home is a pretty long class.
Sure.
Um, and it usually kind of spills over on either end and onto other days. And, you know, it can take up a pretty good portion of your week, which is really helpful because it means you get to know everybody. Despite the time commitment and whatnot, how exhausting it can be, it's kind of worth it. And so I think finally it's starting to come around.
Mhm.
I taught the class last week for pretty much
Okay.
the majority of the period. That was pretty cool. Um, it's just, I don't know. I've kind of had to go back to square one with like socializing with people and treat it like my first semester at the Oakleaf all over
Sure.
again.
Yeah.
Um, and it's starting to work. I think we're finally getting there, but it's been an uphill battle for sure. Just kind of getting everybody to collaborate.
Mhm.
You know,
Is
yeah.
it like a pretty good balance of people that are new to journalism? Is it a lot of journalism majors or?
No, no, same situation. Actually, it's pretty rad.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, a lot of new writers, which is you know, I'm hoping I get to lead class tomorrow as well,
Mhm.
because my favorite thing is helping kind of walk people through the structure of journalistic writing.
Mhm.
Um, I don't know why, it's just something that kind of clicks with my brain
Sure. Yeah.
a little on some stuff, and I feel like I've helped a lot of people like in the past kind of get started down that road. Um, but it's a tough thing to explain, as I'm sure you've had to do um, this semester, particularly with the Ayers and anybody who's brand new to journalism.
Mhm.
It's kind of hard to get people to rethink how they've written pretty much their whole life, you know?
Well,
Especially, yeah,
it's like learning a whole new language, and you notice it especially when you're trying to explain it, like especially with the
yeah,
kind of intricacies of AP style. Once you're trying to explain the why, you realize like, yeah, I don't really know. It's just it is that way. And
yeah. No, you have a lot of like, well, that's just how we do it, and so
yeah.
you have to. Um, yeah, and that makes it really fun when it's a really, really weird rule.
Hmm.
Um, you're trying to get them to change how they insert commas, change like verb tenses. Like it's all this weird little intricate stuff that fully alters how you sound. Um, but it's hard to pinpoint people to that. So that's been tough. I think we're starting to see a couple of people though who are have a knack for it, or at least want to do something with it and want to like know how to do it.
Hmm.
Um, so I'm confident we're going to get some cool stuff that sounds the way it should, hopefully.
Good.
Yeah.
Would you say that it's easier or more difficult to find stories in London versus at the JC? Because you obviously have, the big city with a lot more going on, but you also don't have
Right.
a specific campus that's yours to cover. So, yeah, what would you say is
Right.
difficult?
Yeah, it's been hard because there is no campus news,
Right.
straight up. We could, in theory, if somebody hit this really hard at the beginning of the semester, we could be covering news at Imperial. Um, but we like have student union membership and
Mhm.
can join clubs. I don't know if many people have though.
Okay.
Supposed to be able to drink at their pubs though,
Mm.
and like use
Yeah.
all their cafes and food stuff as well. Um, but I don't know, nobody's really done that. So the news is like interclass drama and then like the fact that our dorms are the way that they are.
Sure. Yeah.
So that's tough. It makes up for it by being the place that it is with the amount of people that there is here and the
Mhm.
amount of stuff. And
Sure.
yeah, it's such an international city and it's just so big. You look at it on this map, it's this like sprawling kidney-shaped mess of
Mhm.
roads and buildings. It's a really, really cool place. Um, and so that's why we have been able to kind of put out the content that we have had.
Mhm.
Um, but especially because a lot of us, there's a few people in the program who have been to London a few times or have family here or what may have you. Um, but we're not like connected in the same way.
Sure.
We don't have like a wider network of friends and people throughout London. We don't have uh business connections. We don't have, people in the community. That aspect makes it really difficult. Because at the Oakleaf, we'll get tipped on stuff, or there's sports happening, or
Right.
there's events on campus, or there's, um, yeah, it's just a new way of having to find stories because you just got to go outside,
Sure. Yeah.
like find stuff that's out there, which, yeah,
I
it's plenty
remember,
of it, but yeah,
yeah. If I remember correctly, the first story you guys put up was 72 hours in Amsterdam. So
yeah,
it's that can help if you can just pop on over to another country.
yeah. No, that'll do. That was mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's if you can't find anything here, might as well just leave and write about leaving. Yeah.
What would you say is kind of for yourself and then the rest of the class, what has been the main benefit from studying abroad as opposed to if you were in Santa Rosa for the semester?
Um, it's cool because I'm like far away from the election. It's fun.
Sure. Yeah.
The opposite is also true. It's also miserable that I'm far away from the election.
Mhm.
Because yeah. So dual-edged sword there. I guess I'll just talk about myself. Oh no. It's it's cool just experiencing a new part of the world. I know it's for myself, I've barely been out of California
Mhm.
in my life. I've never traveled abroad or lived on my own or done any of this.
Yeah.
What's a train? Um, what's a bus? Never seen any of this, right? No. But it's really interesting and I think it's that like first experience on both for a lot of people. Um, and there's a lot of growing pains that are associated with that, but I think it's good to see people kind of experience a culture outside of their own, experience a city outside of their own, live on their own, be a little self-sufficient. Access as well. Just you can kind of be like how I was talking about with finding stories.
Mhm.
Everything's kind of happening here at
Yeah.
one point or another, and everything's passing through, and then there's a lot that's just here all the time. Um, so for a lot of people, they've been able to travel, try new food, experience a lot of stuff they never would have been able to back at home. Um, that was a really nebulous and vague answer, but
Sure. Yeah.
yeah.
Have you found kind of pivoting to the election,
Mhm.
have you found yourself more or less kind of attached and keeping up with it than you think you would be if you were back home?
Yeah, at least for the past several, not 2016, but like 2020, 2022.
Mhm.
I watched a lot of election related like content and polling and Like I was really watching like all of those key races down to the wire,
Yeah.
and like I was just wired on it. Like I was locked in. Um, which was cool. Because I was right on what I
Mhm.
thought would happen,
Yeah.
and the people I was watching were right, which was really cool. But it was not cool because I was really stressed and probably giving myself high blood pressure just sitting there like all day and being like, oh, well, shoot, what's happening in Texas? Okay, no, not that. Okay, Florida. And like I was just
Yeah.
like me and 538 were kind of on a first name basis there for a little bit.
Yeah.
And so that's nice. I'm not like it's not so all consuming, but at the same time, there's a lot of important stuff happening. Um, you know, even not just the all important presidential election, but local stuff, local measures.
Sure.
And so being disconnected from that part is harder, because I'm very used to, um, whether it's in the Oak Leaf or whether it's in my friend group or just out kind of like with family or whatever, right? I'm used to discussing all of the stuff that's coming up in the election. And so I feel like all of my opinions and everything I'm voting on, I've kind of taken everything into consideration.
Mhm.
And I've like, you know, like battle testing your own opinions kind of helpful just because you know that you're actually solid in it and you can listen to other people who disagree. And I've missed a lot of that.
Sure.
It is a dual-edged sword of connection, but I'm kind of glad that I'm less stressed about it.
Mhm.
I can't say the same for some other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This could be symptomatic of the like American tunnel vision perspective, but it's
Mhm.
certainly always felt like more than other countries' elections, the rest of the world is generally fairly tuned into our election, whether it just be for
Yeah.
the drama or for whatever else. Have you found that to be the case? Like, do you see a lot of locals that are kind of tapped into what's going on, or is it just kind of you guys?
Um, it's a really interesting mix because everybody kind of knows.
Hmm.
Um, but then it's only specific people who really care.
Right.
Particularly if you're a Londoner living in London every single day, working here, doing all that, you have way bigger fish to fry.
Yeah.
Um, even if you don't really, and our election is still important to your life and whatnot, it's kind of, they're focused on their own thing. But at the same time, I've had a couple of conversations, young people, old people, all kinds of people about the election. And I was in like Montenegro for about a week. And then my cab driver who took me back across the border started talking to me about the election
Yeah.
and like what he thought about it and all this. He's a socialist Trump supporter, by the way.
Okay.
He said to let everybody know that Montenegro liked Trump because
Yeah.
there wasn't wars, and also that capitalism is killing our country and that we need to stop it and enact socialism for our people because we're mistreating them. Which is so,
Yeah.
the world is full of every kind of person. I continue to be affirmed in that belief that every kind of person exists,
Mhm.
and that no matter how impossible or how silly you think just the concept of somebody might be, they're out there.
Yeah.
They're out there and they're great, and they'll take you across the border for $100
Sure.
into Croatia. And so it's a combination, There's a lot of people who do care, who break out the popcorn, sit down and watch what's happening over in America. And I think particularly with the older generation
Mhm.
who consumes news more. Because when I was in Ireland, I was staying with my friend's family. Shout out Finn Robertson. Um, his family was lovely, by the way, but they were in tune with the news, both because they have family in America, and that's just kind of who they are.
Mhm.
And so everybody was kind of talking to me about it there, and they did care about it, and they were really interested in my thoughts and like things that they had heard on the news and this and that. So I think ours still does kind of hold a bit of that clout.
Yeah.
But it's not like everyone.
Sure.
If that makes sense. Yeah.
Right. That is all I've got for you today. We're going to go ahead and swing it back on over to Sal. Thank you very much, Rosemary. And yeah.
Thank you so much.
And cut. I'll cut it.
Nice.
What the map says.
Oh, well, oh, lovely. All right.
And we're back from the London branch. I'm sitting here with resident British person, Marty Lees. Marty,
how you doing?
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Sure.
Now, with the subject of democracy on everyone's mind, since some individuals view this election as the one to save democracy, how has it been for you, sort of in retrospect of coming from the UK, where your figurehead is just sort of birthed into the role?
Sure. Yeah, it is a very different system. I personally feel that the American system is a more direct form of democracy because, yeah, in the UK, the way that prime ministers decided during the general election is based on how many seats they get, and then the prime minister is chosen by the party that gets the most seats, essentially, rather than a primary process, and then we get to pick the leader. That's not the way it works. But I've lived overseas more or less all my life, to be honest. So I've not really participated in their system over there. I've watched that from a distance, just like I watched this process somewhat from a distance, living here because I can't vote, being a green card holder.
And what's your perspective view on voting as somebody who can't inherently interact with the process?
I mean, I definitely understand the importance of it, how people feel empowered to participate in the governance of their country and so on. I was in the military and I did private security overseas for a long time, so I saw the first election in Iraq after living under a dictatorship for decades. So that was a great thing to see, like people coming out in droves for the first time, expressing this freedom that we kind of take for granted in the West. I was doing security for the UN, watching that all happen. It does give you an appreciation for the process, even though because of the nature of my job and my life, I haven't really participated in it that much. But it is, it's interesting for me to sit back and watch the process, watch you guys all go at each other over this thing. And then after the elections, then things not really change that much. Like I watch people get head up on both sides saying how, oh, this is the election that's going to change everything. And then, of course, nothing really changes, so it's interesting.
That's fair. And if you don't mind me asking, do you recall the first time you ever learned about the Electoral College and sort of your reaction to that?
To be honest, I've been learning about it. It's kind of been a slow process for me. Over how many elections have I been in for? I've been in since 2009. So, I guess I just missed Obama's first one, but I was here for Obama-Romney. I started writing. I wrote some satire for that. You can find it on my website. I won't plug my website though.
Well, you don't have to plug your website. What is this website?
PoetryToSlayDemons.com. It's just my personal website. I put up my personal writing. And then obviously I've been around for now 3 Trump elections, which have been strange processes, even amongst other American elections. But yeah, it's just interesting. Now things like misinformation and disinformation are buzzwords and so on. But right from the beginning, like watching the lies and the exaggeration and so on that came out even during the first election that I was around for has been very interesting.
So not much has changed from your perspective from sort of election cycle to
not really. I don't think a lot has changed. Just the faces really have changed. And even that, the same faces are all involved in the background.
And especially for you, so far the majority of the elections that you've witnessed have had one of the same faces for all three of them.
Right. No, exactly. But then you can say the same thing about sort of the Obama apparatus that definitely is still standing behind the Democratic Party candidates today. So it is still kind of the same faces. And then I see Dick Cheney somehow is still relevant Having now flipped sides, but of course he played a big part in my life, having been to Iraq and Afghanistan and so on, but still seeing
You've
these
been a major hand in those.
right, and seeing these people still having major influence today it's an interesting thing.
Yeah,
to put it politely.
Again, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to fully capitalize, but it's almost like, from your perspective, the American political system is almost in constant stagnation, where nothing really changes, sort of maintains this constant ebb and flow, almost a predictability to it.
Yeah, there is that to it. There's a lot of discussion about the Electoral College, and my view on it is, people criticize the Electoral College because they say that the Republican Party has not won a popular vote in however many elections. I forget the statistic. But then you are talking about half of the country that, not just short of half of the country that voted for Republicans and so on. But then when you look at the results are about 50% each. So if having no Electoral College would have meant that Democrats won every one of those elections, can you really say that would be more of a fair system when the Electoral College has produced like 50-50
sort of giving
wins
each
on
person
both sides?
a time.
Yeah. So
interesting.
It seems more fair to me.
And then, in perspectively, did you draw sort of similarities when you first started learning about the U.S. political system? Was it easy for you to grasp the concept of sort of Congress due to any similarities that it might have with Parliament?
It is different, and like I said, it's taken a while for me to kind of get to grips with it. I wasn't massively politically interested and politically active when I did live in the UK. Because, like I said, I was deployed overseas from a young age, and being a soldier, you somewhat have to remain apolitical anyway, because you can guarantee your service is going to be abused no matter which side is in power.
No, absolutely, and to some extent, being a soldier, did you find it hard or odd getting into politics from coming from such an apolitical life?
Well, when I am forming my opinions on these things, I tend to focus more on foreign policy. I think because of my background, when I choose who to support, and again, like I said, I can't vote, so it's who I support in conversations rather than voting. I tend to base those opinions on foreign policy. That's my background. That's what my education is in.
That's fair. As an individual who's seen sort of the effects of dictatorships and how they ultimately change countries, there's a lot of talk, and it seems like this has been happening for quite a few election cycles at this point, that we're at risk of being under a dictatorship.
Yeah, that's hyperbole of the highest order. What I have learned about the system in the United States, the checks and balances and so on, it is a very robust system. I mean, the scaremongering that Trump is going to become a dictator should he win, etc. I just don't see it. The way these things work is when elections are decided by phone calls between generals rather than the Electoral College. We're just not even close. There's no serious argument to say that the United States is anywhere close to that.
And now you mentioned a big subject for you is foreign policy. I'm not sure if you'd be comfortable sharing your opinion. Which candidate do you think most closely aligns with your morals when it comes to foreign policy?
I mean, to be honest, at the very least, Trump is 1 for 2 in the massive, possibly world-spreading wars that are looming. I mean, you could possibly say 2 for 3 because he's a little hawkish on China, Taiwan as well.
That's fair.
But at least he's not hawkish on Ukraine, which Harris is 3 for 3. So I mean, it's a very narrow difference, but at least there is some difference.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for coming and giving us some insight from the outside looking inwards.
Yeah.
It was an honor having you on. We're going to go to just a very quick commercial break, and then we'll be right back with our cast from before, Hannah Seals and Oliver Kent on the big screen. See you soon.
SRJC film program to me is a good opportunity to make more films to add to my portfolio.
Surrounded by people just as interested in filmmaking as you are.
You really get down to the nitty-gritty and just like making films.
The digital media program at SRJC is designed for students who are looking to possibly transfer to a 4-year film school, students who are studying for a digital media certificate, or for people who are just looking to take a class in a particular subject. So you can take classes in single-camera fiction production, you can take it in single-camera nonfiction production, and you can also take class in multi-camera studio production, which is where we're at right now. A lot of the classes are project-based learning, so after studying the theory of how something works, the student then goes to try to apply that as it pertains to a particular project, usually of their own writing, in the field. Students are very active in their own productions. Several of our classes interact with classes in other disciplines. That kind of interaction not only yields a better product, but it also helps to form creative relationships, and that ultimately is what a film school is good for. And I feel like in the few years that I've been here, I've seen the film community here grow and be really active, which is something that's exciting to watch. I feel like students are not just taking a class, but many of them are really part of a filmmaking community. And that ultimately is what a film school is good for. And I feel like we deliver that here.
Hi, and welcome back to the Oakleaf live stream. We're going to be bringing back the news section of this with Oliver Kint, who has more breaking news for us, and then back over to Hannah Seals and I for some commentary regarding what we just learned. Over to you, Oliver.
Before we get right back into the breaking news, just wanted to give you guys the chance to talk about Arizona. Looks pretty close right now. What do you think?
That's a very fair opinion, seeing that it's within a margin of 0.1%. What do you think, Hannah?
I mean, we talk about nail biters and how close things are going to be. 0.1% is, I mean, crazy. It really does show where 14,000 that goes to third parties could have gone, but
looking at sort of the breakdown provided to us by ABC News' electoral map, it seems like the difference is only about 50-ish people, 50-ish votes. And a narrow margin like that, I think, makes us one a real nail biter. That's going to be very interesting to see when the state finally gets called. What news do you have for us, Oliver?
Yeah, jumping right back into it. As of 6:47 p.m., with 33% of the votes in Pennsylvania counted, Kamala Harris holds 54% of the vote, while Trump has 45.1%, according to 270 to win. As of 6:53 p.m., Pennsylvania is tied with 48.2% for both candidates, also according to 270 to win.
It seems like, and we'll see this probably from more news updates regarding the state of Pennsylvania, that that margin's closing for her.
It's so close, like so unbelievably close. I don't know. Personally, I don't know what is going to happen. I am starting to think the red mirage is really about to take over.
We still have a lot of holdout states that could go blue, and I'm thinking that it's just Pennsylvania's losing that margin, losing that momentum, I think really showed where it lied and how the backlash was originally believed that Trump was going to face sort of didn't really come to fruition.
Which I never thought it would.
That's fair. I mean, I thought that it's about 500,000 voters there.
Yeah.
That, but we can't really predict where it will lie or whether issues like that actually impact them.
Yeah.
And it seems like we're seeing that right now. Now, there still is time. Pennsylvania has not been called. We'll see. What other news do you have for us, Oliver?
As of 6:55 p.m., Pennsylvania has 36% of their vote counted for, and Harris has 50.8% of the vote, while Trump has 48.3%, according to 270 to win. As well, as of 6:56 p.m., North Carolina is called for Trump with 52.1% of the vote versus Harris's 46.9% and 65% reported, also according to 270 to win.
I mean, that's about half for both states, so do you think a lot more could shake up in the second half, or do you think it's going to follow suit?
Well, I think Arizona is going to be a big one to keep our eyes on. With what ABC News' electoral college map is showing, it's close.
Yeah.
It's as close as it possibly could be. And Pennsylvania, it seems like it's flip-flopping back and forth to some extent. There's this pool. And I hopefully we can see something come out of that. But, I do strongly believe that Pennsylvania might be the key. A couple of ones might flip, but just looking at the map that we see here, none of them I think that could really shake up the election. I don't think Maine is going to be doing much to help out Harris, and even if Georgia flips, I just don't think that that's enough of a big grab.
Yeah, I think, Nevada's probably the least necessary out of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia.
Absolutely.
People from Nevada, we love you. That wasn't a slight towards y'all. I'm just saying, out of those 3 to 4 swing states, Nevada is probably the least.
Home of the city of sin sinfully doesn't count for much. North Carolina, it was a big one, but that one was going to go to Trump no matter what. 16 points in the bag for him.
Virginia. I just didn't expect it to hold out this long. I thought we were going to see Virginia red.
Yeah, you know, it could be decisive, especially depending on how it could go. I didn't hear much news of sort of Harris doing much campaigning work there.
No, me neither.
I'm not too familiar. Unlike with my opinion on Georgia, which is informed by previous moves I've seen from the Georgia Democratic Party, Virginia for me is sort of a toss-up.
See, and that's maybe a preconceived notion I have of just thinking Virginia's a red state. But as of now, it's not called. I think we will be getting news of it soon.
Absolutely.
Which, gotta look forward to that.
Speaking of news, let's see what else Oliver Kint has for us.
As of 6:58 p.m., with 82% of precincts reporting, Kamala Harris is projected to win Delaware with 56.9% of the vote, according to 270 to win. As of 7:03 p.m., Michigan has 17% of their votes counted, and of those, Harris is leading with 51.8% of the vote, and Trump has 46.4%, also according to 270 to win.
I mean, still not
Michigan Rust Belt. I think Michigan, it's not too surprising, you know, home to Wisconsin, the UP, right connected. It's it's bound to happen. I think a lot of those Great Lakes states, they're gonna go blue.
Yeah. I would agree.
Regarding what else that we're seeing on the board, nothing incredibly eye-catching. It's mainly seeing where the last of these big hitters lie.
Yeah.
Delaware going to Harris, don't get me wrong, another state in the bag for her, but when talking about points, the
impact isn't.
Sadly to say, the system that we live in, it doesn't, Delaware could, it's not, but it could be the most populous state in the nation. It will have little to, due to the Electoral College, just has little to no impact when it comes to the actual votes of it all.
Yeah. I mean, there's not too many scenarios where I can predict a Harris win at this point.
Yeah, well, once again, we still have to see where a lot of this stuff lies, see how it comes in from the Rust Belt, and then that slow trickle in. We're going to start seeing a slowdown of the Republican states. A lot of these ones that exist, excluding a few. I'm looking at Idaho. I didn't think Arizona, but apparently so. Some of these can still probably go one way or another. Nevada, like you said, it's just not going to be impactful.
Yeah, I mean, could go either way. I wouldn't say it'd do too much.
Yeah.
A lot of the double-digit states are the heavy hitters.
Absolutely. As, just looking at what's on the board, it seems that Trump was able to secure, really big ones very early on, which is normal, but we need Harris to catch up if she wants to stand a longer-term chance in this election.
Yeah, she would need Wisconsin and Michigan, in my opinion, along with Georgia.
Minnesota, obviously.
And then Pennsylvania. That goes without saying.
Oh, yeah, 19 points easily. California is going to be a big boost. It should go blue. I thought Arizona was going to go red, though, so I could have just jinxed this entire state. Maybe Oliver Kint has info for us on whether or not I just ruined California's vote.
Yeah.
Oliver, what do you have for us?
As of 7:04 p.m., with 13% of precincts reporting, New York has Kamala leading with 55.4% of the vote.
New York, not surprising if I'm going to be honest with you. Don't get me wrong, 28 points secured. What more could you want? But it doesn't surprise me.
No, not at all. New York, true blue state in my opinion. I would have always counted New York as blue. I do think it is insanely early for me to start feeling this nihilistic about things, but I am.
You gotta stay in it.
Yeah.
This is and this goes out not only to my co-host but also to those watching at home. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Stay hopeful. Whether you're rooting for Trump or you're rooting for Kamala, the election's to some extent still a little undecided.
Yeah.
If California would be called, as one of the first states, it looked like Harris would be destroying us right now.
Well, yeah.
But it does.
Yeah.
It is. So
exactly.
that's where it sort of gets a little bit twisted.
Yeah.
Just Trump's lucky to secure these larger numbers, but imagine if a world where New York, California, those are the first ones to go. People on the right would currently be shaking.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
No, absolutely. Let's go to Oliver to take some examinations into a couple of key ones, specifically Nebraska. Let's open that up and see where some of the counties are lying. Over to you, Oliver.
There we are.
The split's looking like it will, yeah. I don't know. What do you feel about it? This is one of those where it gets really divided when you look at the map, right? Districts, 5 points up in the air.
Yeah. I mean, I think she might take one. I don't think she's going to take two. I think it might be a 4-to-1 ratio in Nebraska.
That's fair. I'm still holding out by the off chance that maybe, just maybe, we'll see some sort of movement to a 2-district blue.
Yeah.
One thing I would like to point out, and this is something that doesn't get talked about, I feel like, too much during election coverage, 2,000 write-ins.
I know.
I just would like to know what's going on there. Are they all for the same 2,000 people?
Yeah.
I don't know too many people from Nebraska, but I'd love to meet the guy that got 2,000 write-in votes.
You remember the Harambe?
Yeah, the Harambes.
Yep.
Yeah. It's always interesting to me seeing sort of the write-in sections as well. Seeing how much points they actually get, seeing if they can break that 1% mark.
Do they ever get released?
I wish they would.
I know, I would love it.
I know, absolutely.
I think we'd see a lot of pets.
A lot of pets?
Yeah.
I think we'd see a lot of narcissists. I think you'd be going into work on Monday realizing that some of your coworkers are a bit much. Throwing it back over to Oliver. Let's see what else you have for us regarding the news.
We're going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with you.
Hey Bear Cubs, I'm here today going to ask students election-themed questions. Make sure to vote and go vote. What are the 3 branches of the U.S. government?
Okay, let's see. So there's the judicial, the legislative, and the executive branch.
That's correct.
Executive, judicial, and legislative?
Wait, let me see. Legislative, executive, judicial.
That is correct.
What can I remember from my Minecraft political days? The executive, the judicial, and the legislative?
Do you think it's important to vote?
Yes, absolutely. It's very important to vote.
I absolutely do. That's why I am the secretary of the Political Science Club, and I am registering people to vote.
I believe in voting, but only because it's the only way that we can actually have a voice on stuff that affects us directly. Because if we don't vote, my personal philosophy about it is, if you vote, that's your voice. If you don't vote, you're not heard.
That's so true.
Yes, because not only are you voting for yourself, but you're voting for your future children.
I completely agree with that.
Everyone, every student should, cast the vote. It's just because that part of their right, and also they are developing their country as well.
That's really good advice for students. And lastly, if you could vote for a fictional character to be president, who would it be?
I would have to go with Starfire because she's my Halloween costume.
Okay. And why would it be Starfire?
I just feel like she's just such a powerful woman, and she's just she's so joyful, and I feel like that's something really important in life.
That is a good quality.
Oh, wait, I have not thought of... Honestly, for craziness, Michael Scott, I really want to see what he does with the U.S. government.
That's a good response.
A fictional character? Oh my god, I'm gonna say Harry Potter.
Why Harry Potter?
I think he's brave and he's creative, so I want to create, just a different vibe of the country where people just, contribute their ideas and then they can work together, and it's just friendly environments as well.
We could definitely use that.
I would vote for Nightwing.
And why would you vote for him?
Because he's a very compassionate person, he's a very silly person, he always has a smile on his face, and he's always trying to make sure that everyone gets second chances.
That sounds like a good presidential candidate.
That's a hard one. Probably Jack Black's rendition of Steve for Minecraft.
And why is that?
It's Minecraft.
We're back from our quick commercial break. Over to Oliver with more breaking news.
As of 7:06 p.m., the Washington Post and ABC News are calling Utah and South Dakota both for Trump. As well as of 7:08 p.m. with 49% of the votes counted, Colorado has Kamala Harris ahead with 55.8% of the vote and Donald Trump with 42%, according to 270 to win.
Does Utah shake you up at all?
No, not the slightest.
Yeah.
Mormons.
I mean, I'm really sitting and waiting. Like,
this is a sit and wait game.
Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting listening to these following news updates. Colorado, not surprising.
No, not at all. That's
South
a
Dakota.
true blue. Yeah.
None of these are truly groundbreaking.
Yeah, the Dakotas.
The Dakotas. I'm glad to see them in unison.
Virginia, man. It's tricking me out a little bit, not gonna lie.
It is. It's a close call. Let's see what else Oliver has for us, though. Maybe there's an even closer call out there.
As of 7:09 p.m., Pennsylvania has 44% of votes counted, and Trump holds a slight lead with 50% of the vote. Harris follows with 49.1%, according to 270 to win. As well as of 7:10 p.m., with 33% of precincts reporting, Kamala Harris is leading in Arizona with 50.7% of the vote, also according to 270 to win.
Unfortunately so. I do think Arizona's going to turn red. I'm sorry.
Interesting move. I mean, it's happened before.
Yeah.
So it's not super groundbreaking.
Yeah.
But I didn't see that one coming. I would have seen it be red due to it being a border state.
Well, yeah, that's why I thought it would turn red initially. But I would love to know what's going on inside of Pennsylvania right now.
I would. Maybe Oliver has some more updates for us. Oliver, what else do you have for us?
Speaking of Arizona, as of 7:24 p.m., with 50% of Arizona's votes counted, Harris is leading with 51.3% of the vote, while Trump holds 47.9%, according to 270 to win.
Well,
yeah, I mean, Arizona is once again an interesting one.
Yeah.
I think the eyes, though, right now are on Pennsylvania to see what they have. Oliver, any other news coming from the state of Pennsylvania?
As of 7:26 p.m., with 52% of the Pennsylvania votes in, Trump is ahead with 50.4% of the vote, and Harris with 48.7%, according to 270 to win.
Dude.
Back and forth, like good game of tennis. I think it's truly a sight to see.
Anxiety-inducing, no?
Oh, massively. It feels like each update that we get from Oliver is just sort of the state goes from one candidate to the other.
Absolutely, and I'm eating crow pie every time because I'm on the wrong side of the coin. You are too.
That's fair. I think, though, that it's still, one thing that's amazing is that it's flipping so frequently, but it's still, we're only talking about 50% of the votes.
Yes, yeah, I know, which that's hard to put in perspective too when we just have these numbers thrown at us, which I bet a lot of people could relate to.
Mm-hmm.
When you're getting these numbers thrown at you, it seems like, oh, well, it might be confirmed now. Nope, only 50%. So
no, that's fair.
Let's get them counted, people.
Yeah, speaking of getting them counted, let's see what else Oliver has for us.
Yep.
As of 7:31 p.m., with 32% of votes counted, Iowa has Trump in the lead with 52.3% of the vote, and Harris with 46.4%, according to 270 to win.
Iowa was one that people were considering. Latest polls showed that it was a clear 50-50. I think it's probably going to end up going red.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, if Nevada goes blue, then they cancel each other out effectively, but I counted on Iowa going red.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Didn't count to see what was going on with Arizona, but definitely this is going to be a bit of a nail biter. It feels like each and every update we get from Oliver, it goes from one side to another side to another side to another side, and I think that we're going to see that up until the last votes get counted.
I mean, yep, and just like Arizona is proving to be one of your X factors, Virginia is one of mine. I'm a little confused by what's going on in Virginia.
Well, we just finished covering up some news from the state level. We're going to bring it back in to the county and to the state. We're going to throw this over to some measure and some prop information for you all, just to get a little bit more of an idea on what these things were that we all did vote for. And then we'll be back shortly with more breaking news.
Measure FF on the Sonoma County ballot calls to increase the city's transient occupancy tax, also known as the hotel tax, on guests staying in the Santa Rosa hotels and other guest lodgings to 11%. California gives the right to levy a hotel tax at the city and county level. Unincorporated Sonoma County's transient occupancy tax is 12%, but all California cities set their own rates. If passed, Measure FF would go into effect on January 1st, 2025, and extend indefinitely until ended by voters. The transient occupancy tax has not been adjusted since 1993, according to the City of Santa Rosa's impartial analysis. The City Council unanimously voted to place Measure FF on the November 2024 ballot. Santa Rosa's general fund expenditures are currently over budget, with a $13.3 million deficit for the 2024-2025 adopted budget. The 2% increase will bring in $1.2 million annually into the general fund and address issues like maintaining streets, parks, and providing public services, according to Santa Rosa City Manager Mariskisha Smith's written voter update. Santa Rosa's hotel tax is low for the area compared to 10% in Petaluma, 12% in Rohnert Park, and 14% in Healdsburg, according to Sonoma County's latest transient occupancy tax report. In her official written argument for Measure FF on August 13th, Mayor Natalie Rogers stated that the tax increase would contribute to maintaining critical infrastructure like roads and public safety services without affecting Santa Rosa residents. Eric Frazier, campaign manager for No on EE and FF, said, quote, "There are a lot of reasons why people seek transient lodging in a city like Santa Rosa. People that are workers over the past 5 years, the people that were evacuees and victims of emergencies, traveling nurses, people in the area traveling in town for medical appointments." Frazier admitted that the opposition to Measure FF is small, but felt that tax increases like this merit opposition because they reduce human freedom. He says, quote, "People want a government that works for them as they pursue what they need to pursue. To us, it's sort of a broader civil rights issue." A vote yes on Measure FF would increase Santa Rosa's transient occupancy tax from 9 to 11% to address the general fund's budget deficit. A vote no on Measure FF would keep Santa Rosa's transient occupancy tax at 9%.
Measure I would impose a quarter-cent sales tax within the Sonoma County. The tax will provide funding for childcare, preschool, and early childhood education for children up to 5 years old in low and middle-income families, along with children's health care. It provides the homeless, historically underserved communities, or others with high priority needs. According to the local ballot Measure I document, Sonoma County NAACP President Kristen Lange, Community Child Care Council of Sonoma County CEO Melanie Dodson, Chandi Hospital owner and CEO Sonyu Chandi, Santa Rosa Metro Chamber interim CEO Amanda Sweet, and pediatric physician Jose E. Morales are all in support of Measure I. According to the Yes on I for Kids website, U.S. Congressman Mike Thompson and Jared Huffman, along with Sonoma County Superintendent Amy Carter and Sonoma County District Attorney Carla Rodriguez, are also endorsing the measure. The Oakleaf reached out to the congressman to confirm their endorsements on Sunday, but they were unable to respond in time of publication. According to the 2022-2023 Sonoma County Ready School Readiness Assessment Report, only 20% of children entering kindergarten are fully prepared for the curriculum, the downward trend which has been occurring for 6 years. 60% of the fund would aid early childhood education by expanding the availability for low to middle income children with access to childcare and education resources. It would improve compensation and benefits for child care providers and early educator employees while developing and expanding early care and education facilities. The other 40% would be dedicated to supporting local children's health and mental health accessibility. This includes expanding specialized staff for prenatal and pediatric specialties while creating innovative programs to allow children and their families better access to community-based pediatric health and mental health services. The first 5 Sonoma County Commission would act as the administrating agency and collaborate with a committee advisory council. It will consist of 11 members of the public, such as childcare workers, administrators, or workers in mental health. They will develop a policy and program recommendations for the fund. The Commission and Sonoma County Board of Supervisors will create a budget and spending plan that will meet the needs of all areas in Sonoma County. A yes vote on Measure I would generate this money through a 0.25% sales tax and would aid these facilities for early education services, childcare, and child's health care. A no vote will prohibit the county from implementing the increase in sales tax. Over the months of July and August, First 5 Sonoma has received $332,025.02 from the first 5 California who advocate for state and federal policymakers for strong early child education and health opportunities for ages 0 to 5.
Measure J has become a focal point of this year's ballot in Sonoma County. As local farmers and animal rights activists clash, the divide between the two opposers grows deeper every day. If passed, Measure J would restrict the amount of livestock farms are allowed to house and would call for the liquidation of 21 CAFOs, or Certified Animal Feeding Operations, in Sonoma County. This list includes the heavily scrutinized Petaluma Poultry Farm, owned by parent company Purdue Farms. The measure is the first of its kind in the United States and could be a massive blow to California's agricultural industry, which yielded a whopping $12.89 billion in 2023 just from dairy products and cattle and calves. According to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, California is home to 1,274 CAFOs as of 2023. Sonoma County houses 21 of those CAFOs. If this measure is passed, it is believed by the proponents that it will spread to other counties and effectively bring an end to the factory farming industry in the United States. Though these CAFOs have been publicly scrutinized by animal rights activists, local farmers insist that they rely on these businesses to keep their own farms afloat. Many local farmers like Bronte Edwards, owner of Rainbow Family Ranch and member of nonprofit Community for Food and Family, rely on these CAFOs to supply feed for their animals. Without their presence, Edward believes that many local farms could go out of business. According to Measure J proponent Samantha Eachis, all 21 large CAFOs in Sonoma County contain around 3 million animals. The Code of Federal Regulations, or CFR, states that in order to be considered a large CAFO, a farm has to contain at least 700 mature dairy cows or 1,000 or more cattle other than mature dairy cows or veal calves. Edwards explained that many of these CAFOs are not mass factory-like feeding operations focusing on fattening up animals to a cruel extent, but family-owned and operated farms. Quote, "One of the things that is really misunderstood is that they're calling a lot of these historic family farms factory farms, and what we see when we look at the size of the farms statewide, our farms in Sonoma County are about a third of the size. The size isn't really meeting that factory level," she said. Edwards went on to criticize the measure's credibility, citing that the organization behind the bill is located in Berkeley, a Bay Area city with little to no agricultural operations. Quote, "Direct Action Everywhere is the group that primarily wrote this measure. Their goal is to have no animal agriculture by 2024. The reason why they've picked Sonoma County is because we are very progressive," she said. Quote, "We are very connected to where our food comes from, and our producers are some of the most climate-smart agriculturalists in the world. They think that if this measure can pass here, that it will have a domino effect across the United States." In a September interview with Eachis, she described feeling as if the opposition of Measure J did not take the organization's claims of animal abuse on the part of the 21 CAFOs seriously. She attacked the opposition for allegedly using stock images in their ads, while the opposition has fired back, claiming that their campaign photos, which depict images of scared chickens missing feathers, were taken illegally when activists Direct Action Everywhere broke into the Petaluma Poultry chicken barns. Both feel as if the other is at their throats. Quote, "What I feel is happening with this group is that they're trying to stereotype a lot of folks in the agricultural community. I've been called a January 6er, said Edwards, a queer farmer herself. Edwards did express understanding of Measure J activists and their goal to create animal and environmentally safe farms, as well as the group's belief that banning CAFOs could boost local farmer sales. Quote, "I feel like they're trying to argue that it's going to help small producers like myself. But the reality is somebody like me is never going to be able to compete with development companies that want to buy these thousands of acres of land that have been in families for over 100 years, Edwards says. Being a curious first-generation farmer with a background in animal science, Edwards checked out the 21 CAFOs before making her decision to advocate for no on Measure J. Quote, I've been to all of these farms, and I've looked at it through an environmental lens and an animal science lens, because I want to make sure I'm backing up my beliefs too, they said. Quote, what I can tell is these animals are super healthy. They're in excellent quality care. They have veterinarians coming in almost every week. Edwards explains that in order for operations this size to adhere to existing agricultural and animal well-being laws, these CAFOs have third-party auditors that will come inspect their farms and operations in order for them to obtain and maintain their humane certifications and organic certifications. She expressed her beliefs that although the people behind this measure are well-intentioned, the CAFOs in this area are not worth shutting down if it will cause harm to smaller local operations. Edwards predicted that many local farms, including theirs, will come to an abrupt end if Measure J passes. Quote, I feel like a lot of producers that are first-gen like me, that are smaller, I don't think we'd be able to make it through the year because our margins are already so thin. According to the No on Measure J website, the opposition currently has 59 local officials supporting their efforts to stop this ordinance. Reps Mike Thompson and Jared Huffman, as well as several members of the local city and town councils, appear on the website's list of supporters. No on J is endorsed by a slew of local dairy operations, including Clover Sonoma and the Strauss Family Creamery. The Sonoma County Democratic Party and the Sonoma County Republican Party also oppose the measure. Quote, I don't believe the initiative, as it's written, deals with the issues that they claim to address. I think agriculture is such an important part of our community. We need to be real careful about how we mess with their ability to make a living and provide food, Thompson said in an interview with Oakleaf reporters. As the election creeps closer, No on J signs continue to dot farmland and city streets alike. The outcome of this seemingly small-time measure could change California's economy and culture forever. Quote, I think we should defeat the measure, Thompson said.
Hi, and we're back. This time just me and Hannah at the desk. We'll be bringing you live news updates and continuing with our commentary on the 2024 presidential election. Starting off the bat, as of 7:34, with 76% of North Carolina's votes in, Trump is ahead with 32.7% of the votes, and Harris with 46.2%, according to 2070towin.com.
And as of 7:36, with 55% of Pennsylvania's votes counted, Trump leads 50.9% of the votes, and Harris follows with 48.1%. According to 270 to win, more than 95% of the votes in Virginia are counted, and Harris leads with 49.5% of the vote, and Trump closely follows with 48.8% of the vote, according to 270 to win.
Interesting. I know that you mentioned that Virginia was going to be a nail-biter for you. Now, Pennsylvania is nothing new. It's continuing that back and forth. But Virginia, it seems to be a tight one.
Yeah, an unexpected tight one, in my opinion. Yeah, but still there's a lot to be counted left. Now the blue is coming, but...
Oh, absolutely. There's still so much left out there and so much more news to break. As we look at the map, we could still see that while a lot of these states are already leaning some way, there's a lot of heavy hitters still on the board that are up for grabs. In this weird, twisted, and perverted game of Monopoly that is our electoral college.
I mean, it's rough.
Oh, it's scary.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, she would need to secure Wisconsin, Michigan, either Pennsylvania and Georgia, or Georgia and Arizona to win.
Well, it looks like at the moment we still have some more breaking news to cover.
Yes.
And then right before we wrap up with the breaking news, we are going to quickly look in and point out some stuff that we've been noticing on the map. But back into the news, as of 7:37 p.m., Harris is ahead by 24.8% in California polls, holding 59% of the state's popular vote, according to 2070 to win, unsurprisingly.
And as of 7:40 p.m., Trump is leading in West Virginia with 71.5% of the vote counted and 58% of the vote counted according to 270 to win. Did I read that wrong? I think I did. I think he's winning in that one.
Nerves are high, stakes are anxious, and typos and mispronunciations are bound to happen.
Yes.
West Virginia, take me home. It was going to go Trump. I don't think anyone could have expected otherwise.
Absolutely, I agree.
And contrary to legitimate Virginia, it seems like that one's still up in the air. But West Virginia, I think I'm assuming might be calling it too early. I think it's going to be solidified.
Yeah, I would have said that. I mean, that was a red state.
Oh, absolutely, the Appalachians.
Not too surprised.
Not at all. In further news, as of 7:42 p.m., Trump is leading in Wyoming with 77.1% of the vote, with only 4% of the state's votes accounted for, according to 270 to win.
Is that surprising to you?
Not at all.
Exactly. Yes, and I mean,
not at all.
In further news, as of 7:44, Michigan has 25% of its vote counted, and Harris holds 51.2%, and Trump holds 47%, according to 270 to win. How are you feeling about that?
That's another one of the Rust Belt states. I think it was bound to go towards
only
Harris.
25% though.
In my opinion, I think that's such a calculated almost move was made with the vice presidential pick that definitely filled in gaps within Harris's own demographical demand. She tapped into a voter base that I truly don't think. I mean, this Governor Walz used to have an amazing NRA rating until eventually taking a harsher stance on gun regulations.
Yeah.
But I still think that demographic that followed him before continues to follow him now for how he has proven himself in his states. And the Rust Belt, I'd imagine word travels fast.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And his acclimates had to reach pretty far, and I think those are going to be in her belt.
Yeah.
Or I should say her bag. But yeah.
Yep, Michigan is a key for her. I'd say if she loses Michigan, she might lose the election.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think that's a safe bet.
Absolutely. It would compound Trump's lead and just snowball him into sort of a very winnable position.
Yep.
Speaking of Trump, as of 7:48 p.m., Trump is holding a slight lead in Nebraska, 50.9% as of now. 46% of the state's votes have been counted, according to 270 to win.
I mean, we're still talking in halves here for a lot of these.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of these states.
Early calls, but Nebraska.
And in just a little more than half, at 7:49 p.m., 60% of Pennsylvania's votes were counted, and Trump holds 50.8% of the vote, while Kamala has a 48.3% stake, according to 270 to win.
It might be going. We might have lost grasp. And
I'd say so.
I think it might be slipping. But remember, 60%, that's a D.
Yeah.
It's not going to get you any degrees.
No.
It's not worth it. And I think that we might see some sort of switching happening sooner or later.
Yeah. Well, Virginia, dare I say, and Arizona, which I know you are really enthralled by right now.
Arizona has my eye. A couple of other states, too, that we're going to be bringing up towards the end of this segment. But don't get me wrong, I think that even if with the loss of Pennsylvania, there might be some traction that could be gained, some hope that could be found from securing, Virginia. Georgia's still up for grabs. Speaking of Georgia, by the way, I say it's still up for grabs, but as of 7:50 p.m., Trump is ahead in Georgia with 51.2% of the vote, with 88 of the state's votes counted, according to 270 to win. It's not looking great. It's not looking great.
I mean, depending who you are, might look wonderful, but
not looking great for Harris, I should point out. For Trump, this is going to be this has to be in the bag. They have to be celebrating. Hopefully, they're not uncorking any bottles too early.
Yes. Yeah, I would caution both of the parties at this point to hold back on the celebrations. I mean, nothing is secured. And as of 7:51 p.m., Iowa is called for Trump at 54.6% to 44.1%, with 38% reported, and that's from 270 to win. They've been a great source, but I mean, that's not a huge percentage, and
but
I'd say Iowa is called. I don't mind.
Oh, absolutely.
Going with that one.
I think that sort of that one fell victim to sort of that misleading in the polls that came out earlier in the week and late last week. I think that it was, it's not unaligned. It was really shocking that it was going to go to Harris, but it's more reasonable and sensible that it went to Trump.
I mean, this is a little bit of an off topic. I know we have some news to get to, but a quick question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think polls are entirely accurate nowadays, or do you think people are concealing their votes?
No, I think that polls are probably the most damning thing to the election process, because polls are great for coverage, are great to get a general idea of where a state is going. But at the end of the day, I feel like they influence voters more than they report on voters' perceived influences. I think of how pollings are done. You're talking about sample sizes that just aren't proportionate. Methodologies are always super questionable. And then before you realize it, now that you're looking and you're seeing that the candidate that you would have voted for if you were on the fence is about to lose, you're going to bail. You're going to jump ship.
Yeah.
You're not the captain of that boat. Might as well get off the Titanic before the last life raft is taken.
Yeah, I mean, we're in California, so I bet that we both hold the common opinion, but would you want to walk out and say your vote if you were in what is seen as a minority, or would you keep it to yourself?
Oh, obviously. Well,
I to myself.
I lie to pollsters even in California. I hold the majority opinion, and that doesn't stop me from lying to pollsters. Sometimes it's just funny to to show how flawed it is, putting full faith in it. Am I subverting the process of polling? Probably. But, hey, there's no verification done. There's no way to truly know, and there's not being based off of anything fully tangible. It's just trusting another individual. Sometimes I think that polling is flawed.
Yeah, I agree. And I think you're the perfect example of polling being flawed. But as of 7:53 p.m., Trump is ahead in the Electoral College polls with 242 votes compared to Harris's 108. 16 states' votes are yet to be called according to 270 to win.
And as of 7:55 p.m., with 91% of the votes in Georgia counted, Trump holds 51% of the votes there, while Harris follows with 48.2, according to 270 to win. Looks like Georgia will ultimately probably end up going to Trump.
Wow. As of 7:56 p.m., Trump currently holds 210 electoral votes compared to Harris's 91 votes, according to ABC News and according to 270 to win.
Currently, Trump is in the lead. And as you can see here, as of 7:59 p.m., with 54% of the votes counted in Arizona, Trump holds a slight lead with 49.7% of the votes, and Harris closely following behind with 49.5%. Super close race. That info was brought to us by 270 to win. And once again, it was such a close state.
And here we go again, a very close state. As of 8 p.m., with 65% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania, Trump holds 50.7% of the vote, and Harris follows with a 48.4% of the vote, according to 270 to win. There you go again.
Was a close state. It seems like that divide is growing more and more and more and more. Throwing it over to the board, two things of note that we wanted to point out. Firstly, regarding New Mexico. Seemingly, it seems as though Kamala Harris is currently leading in that state. I didn't expect it. Truly, I thought that due to border issues and right-leaning tendencies regarding border and immigration law, I thought that it was going to turn red. But that in Arizona has been proving that I have to rethink my career as a political analyst.
Yeah. Well, that is all we have right now.
That is.
And we will hopefully see you guys soon.
Yeah, with more breaking news and more updates regarding the election. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back with you. Hi, I'm back with our final update, and this time I'm hosted with our director, generally amazing man, and the person who helped put this all together. I presented the most bare bones idea to him, and he made this a reality greater than I could have ever possibly imagined. The great Nick Vides.
Thanks for having me on, Sal, to kind of wrap up today's broadcast. Yeah, this was kind of a brainchild of ours, maybe three or 4 weeks ago, and here we are live on Election Day. Mm-hmm. Election Day may not be looking too good for some of us here, but still really awesome to be here to kind of be a part of this Oakley family and help you all out. Mm-hmm. Are we ready to call out our final one?
Let's wrap this up.
Let's go, Sal. Go ahead.
Well, as of 8:02 p.m., 270 to win called Virginia for Harris with more than 95% of the vote in. Harris holds 50.3% of the vote, and Trump has 48%.
And as of 8:03 p.m., Harris holds a 52.5% of the vote in Colorado, while Trump holds 42.5%, according to 720 to win. Yeah, I mean, Colorado was always going to be blue anyways. This is no surprise. I'm more interested in looking at Nevada, but let's keep going on. Let's see what else we have.
Would like to give a shout out to Hannah regarding the Virginia guest.
Actually, we're actually just seeing right now that Colorado has been called for Harris. So, like we were already saying, it was going to be blue anyway. So, we're happy to see that keep going on here.
Absolutely.
What else do we got?
Well, it appears that as of 8:13 p.m., with 70% of the votes of Pennsylvania's votes counted, Trump holds 51.2% of the vote, and Harris has 47.9, according to 270 to win. That gap just keeps increasing. I think Pennsylvania's out of the bag for Harris.
I really thought the October surprise of having a comedian like Kill Tony say that Puerto Rico is garbage when over a huge population of Pennsylvania voters originated from Puerto Rico. Mm-hmm. I really thought that would maybe give a push to Harris, but
nope.
The October surprise did not happen. It's not looking that way whatsoever.
Wasn't relative enough to the vote.
And as we already predicted, literally moments after the polls are closed, California has been called for Harris. She has 59% of the vote, while Trump holds 34.2%. That was obvious. We can move on that one. There's just no comment on that.
Shouldn't surprise anybody that California went blue.
I mean, Oregon, Washington, California, that's Harris's blue wall. That's where she gets a lot of her votes. Mm-hmm. I didn't see that going anywhere else anyway.
Will she get enough votes to win? That was the real question.
We're going to have to find out here.
As of 8:14 p.m., with 54% of the votes counted in Arizona, Trump holds 49.7% of the vote, while Harris is right behind at 49.5%, according to 270 to win. Could you have predicted Arizona to be a close race?
I knew that Arizona was going to be close. And actually, can we zoom in on Arizona right now and just take a peek at what the results are so far? How much do we have in right now? About 51%. Can we go to Maricopa County real quick and see how much we have? There we go. So let's see. We have about 51% in, and typically Maricopa County goes deep for Kamala Harris. This is still only half of it done. To be very honest, I still think Arizona is going to be a toss-up. Maricopa always comes in late. Mm-hmm. We probably won't see them being at 100% until maybe Thursday at the earliest. So as a lot of people are already calling Arizona for Trump, I actually don't see that happening. Right now it's leaning red, but I think by the time that we see where all the cards lie on Friday or Saturday, I believe that Arizona's going to go blue.
Absolutely.
What else do we have here? Let's see. According to the New York Times, as of 8:18 p.m., Trump has taken Nebraska with 54% of the votes in. That was obvious. I mean, we're still seeing if Harris can get that one vote that she would need, because of course Nebraska separates out their electoral votes by county. Mm-hmm. So we'll still definitely see Nebraska in play for one of their 5 electoral votes.
I think the one electoral college vote is definitely in the bag for Harris. I think that's sort of a almost thing that can be guaranteed. Whether or not, though, I'd be interested to see is if any more could be recuperated, but it looks like chances are slimming down more and more.
Exactly. And as the Oak Leaf editorial board put out, they put the defining one electoral vote as Nebraska winning for or the one vote of Nebraska winning for Harris, which put her over at 271 for the predictions. So it is big for her to get just that one vote, because this election might really come down to that one.
And that would be a real nail biter if it does.
It's already being a nail biter right now. I mean, if you want to just zoom back out here on this, I mean, in the Rust Belt, this is a major Ralph Nader moment with Jill Stein just leeching votes off of the Harris margin. You know, Trump is leading in 3 of the 4 Rust Belt states. I mean, this was unexpected. But if you look at the margin between Trump and Harris, it's only about 9,000 to 10,000 votes. And where are those 9,000 to 10,000 votes? They're with Jill Stein. She really leached them there.
I don't think that's the only section of the nation that we should be looking at. In the Sunshine Belt, we are seeing Trump dominate across the board. When we look in areas like North Carolina, Georgia, this is definitely Trump's path to victory if he can keep a lead in the Sunshine Belt and take a Rust Belt take a Rust Belt state, just one, from Harris.
I mean, exactly. I mean, if Trump wants to win this, which it already looks like he's very well steamrolling into it, he's going to take North Carolina, he's going to take Georgia, he's going to take New Mexico, he's going to take Arizona. But then again, I still think Arizona's going to stay blue. And then he just needs one of those Rust Belt states, and he does win the White House.
I think this is going to be a long one. It's going to be a long night.
This is going to be a very long night for everyone and a very long week. I don't see this being called until maybe Friday.
Oh, this could definitely be a long election. I think we're going to get a pretty clear idea, though, on who the winner might be sooner rather than later, but definitely regarding the votes. While this is going to be a long election and a long night for some of us, sadly, this is sort of where we end with the Oakleaf's first ever election live stream. That's all we have for now live as we bow out and keep you up to date on the Oakleaf News website. We thank you all for watching, but we'd also like to give thanks to Brian Antonson for helping set this all together. We could not have done any of this without him.
Exactly.
To everybody in the Oakleaf who gave us your day, your afternoon, your time, your blood pressure out of stress. Thank you all. To those who volunteered, who aren't even in either a media class or a journalism class, who still showed up to help take key central roles. I'm not sure if you would like to give a quick shout out to everyone who you're able to wrangle.
And also just shout out to the media arts department of the Santa Rosa Junior College. I mean, for the past 4 days, they have been live testing this for us so that we could use it for nonstop for 8 hours to give as much election coverage as we can. So thank you to them. Just thank you to everyone that showed up.
Our guests, we did not give you much notice. We gave you a couple of days to decide whether or not you're going to be on this live stream, and you thoroughly pulled through for us. And thank you also to our Londoners, our Oakleaf London branch, for pulling through with content, and to all of those who helped make content for this. I know it wasn't easy. I know it was long. We value your hours, and thanks to every single individual person, this was able to be an amazing first experience that we were able to knock out of the park.
And remember, please still look at us on the Oakleaf website. We will still be live giving you updates through our blog style post. We are just signing off here for the night.
Thank you all, and
good night, everyone, and good luck.